Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Here we are, back again. Feels good to just be straight-shotting Ace Attorney again. It's classic, even though it was only a few months ago that we did it, but it feels very good to be back. So last time we started up this case, and it got a little weird, got a little freaky. I actually really like this case, though. It's been very fun, other than the reemergence of the Very Big Circus, and we don't really want to talk about that. But yes, so we're going to be playing this today. I want to do a double stream today, so I don't know how long we're going to be going on this. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do with that double stream, but I have two ideas, and I'll just keep them to myself, because if that doesn't happen, then I don't want to be held accountable. Hello, Big Boss. So, before we get started today, I do want to admit that I have been having a little bit of a resurgence in Binding of Isaac, and I just wanted to share one of the runs that I did before as Judas, okay? That's it. It'll only take like 30 seconds. I just want to show off a little bit, because it was a really fun run. I've been playing only on hard mode, so that I can unlock a bunch of items and, go for a good amount of progress. And, I just want to show you guys this run. So, this boss is one of the hardest bosses in the game. Just want to add. Yeah, I do want to get the full 100%, yes. I'm going through all the note pages, and I'm getting everything. I've done everything up to question mark, question mark, question mark. And I hate triple question mark. He's really hard to play as. But I've almost finished him. I've got a few things left to do. But this is my last run as Judas. After this, Judas was finished. Mother was the last thing I had to do. And just watch this. This is one of the hardest in the game. A lot of health, by the way. There you go. First phase finished. Yep. Excellent. Pretty good, I have to say. Very good, good movement. Oh, got hit there. And, there we go. I love Binding of Isaac so much. I did that, and then this morning, the reason that this stream is so late is because I was getting the most horrid runs with triple question mark I've ever seen. Like, the shittiest starting items. I was restarting left and right. Yeah, Jacob. Bro, I'm not looking forward to the Lost. The Lost is the one I'm dreading the most. Everything else I feel like I can do. Lost is the one I'm scared of. Which is a one-hit character. One hit, you die. Jacob and Estelle made them want to end themselves? Really? I thought Lost would be the one that everybody fucking freaked out over, because you have to literally play perfectly. Though you can unlock an item through greed, so you can take one hit. Anyways. Sorry, enough of Isaac. That's just, I don't think I'll ever not be obsessed with it. I've put... How many hours have I put in? I do know what their gimmick is. I have them, yes. It's like, they walk together and then you can flip between them. They're a fun gimmick, but it is hard, I know. There. 560 hours. Let me get a little drink. Let me grab a little drink to go along with this. You withheld information from me? Why? I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? So you are, like, in the children, right? No, I mean, yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Eep. Oh, he's dead. Chris Hansen, bring Chris Hansen in, can we? Please, take a seat. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show. Me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anybody found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay. I thought I made it clear that she was underage. Please withhold yourself.
But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified.
You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scared tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really need to question him about everything all over again. So, what do you do at the circus, Simeon?
I'm an animal tamer. Kinda, I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool! Do you get to train lions, tigers, bears and stuff? Lions, tigers, bears! Oh my, no. I work with this little guy.
Oh my god, he's back! He's back! The best part of the fucking stupid-ass circus, the funny little monkey! Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey, organ grinders.
Oh, he's so cute!
That's why he has that weird fucking hairstyle, so the monkey can hold on to him. And now, money, I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp. Oh, you little scamp. Oh, it's like Ratatouille. That's weird. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company.
I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you'd call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division.
Is that the same girl who was being groomed? I wonder. Actually, she was 16 in Ace Attorney 2. So, what, that she would be 17 then? I think it's only been a year. A year and a few months. Since Ace Attorney 2. And then 3 happened within its own year, but this isn't a big time skip, so.
She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she can convince to do her bidding.
You better hope that I'm wrong about the time, mister. Even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. I'm not some kind of creature, Fender. So, this line manager, she's working with you on the show?
Yeah, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work.
I would rather have you killed than hear another one of your awful puns, please.
But I did have a bit part this time.
Yeah, well. That's true, that's true. We do have a resident whipper, which is my favorite parody of Resident Evil. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. No, I wanted the clown to come back! Why? Role in the show. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility.
Sure. I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago.
And that's when you brought him the chess set?
Yeah, and the same evening I started working on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard. I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think.
Workshop A, where Knight's body was found.
You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to schlep all that stuff around. Schlep? That's like a word I would make up. Is that a real word? Schlep? That's a word I would say when I'm trying to think of something fake. Like, oh, that's fucking schleppy, dude. Yo, that's John Schlepp.
It's German. Oh, those wacky Germans. What are they gonna do next? Haul or carry something. Something heavy or awkward. She schlepped her groceries home. A tedious or difficult journey. A rush hour schlep to the airport and back. All the schleps who say that 2010 was the beginning of a new decade are wrong. Another term for schlepper. Okay. Schlepper. Plural noun. Schleppers. Noun. Schlepper. Plural noun. Schleppers. An inept or stupid person. Poor John was a schlepper of the first order. It's Yiddish, apparently. Bro's a fucking schlepper, man. Oh, dude. Such a fucking schlepper. Alright, I'm using that. That's permanently in my record now. I'm gonna start calling things schleppers. Kay's such a fucking schlepper. Oh, gumshoe, you schlepper. You big old schlepper. Well, its origins are in Yiddish, but obviously schlep is a modern English variety. I wouldn't call it modern. I don't think I've ever heard anybody use the word or the term schlep or schleppers. But now I will always use it.
Once it was all set up, we did a run-through, and it must have been midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we performed till 10.
So Mr. Saint was one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. So, surely even little Wiener could just pull somebody on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. A schlepper, if you will.
I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean.
You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission.
No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I sort of just snuck over and hoped no one stopped me.
But you just seen him earlier the same day. Why take the risk?
I've known him since we were kids, and when both of us were all alone, he doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him.
You don't have any family? Well, that'll make it easier to get you into incarceration, and nobody can bail you out, so...
For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid.
Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well.
He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth.
What are you talking about? I have plenty of family. Oh, you mean about the father dying? Yes. Yes, of course. Surprisingly odd that we all have a dead parent. Especially when we were so young. 'Tis strange. There's nobody else nearby when you went to see him?
No, the other holding cells were empty. I didn't see any guards.
Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in here.
Oh, no. I messed up so bad, didn't I?
So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. At least, I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next.
Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today, too. Somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen.
Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word.
But I mean, some cheesy crackers would be nice. There's nothing I can do for you in return.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends.
And what if I'm a murderer?
Well, we're all part of the same club, after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. Oh, well, you bought into his cover story really easy, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? What do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney. That's what. Bravo, big guy. I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, meet Bucko. This guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. Didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come so early this year, Fender. Is it Annoy Edgeworth Day already? No, that's on the 16th, actually.
Nick, I thought it was on the 12th.
But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? It's laced with LSD.
No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff.
Well, more LSD for me.
I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thief's galleon for the dread pirate K. Yahar, me hearties! We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth, and lots of pussy!
Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please.
Edgeworth, the shutter's open.
That's the way out to the yard, I believe.
Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for?
Is nobody going to mention how she was just choking on her own spit? Someone's excited. Oh dear. March 28th, 3:37 p.m. Prison Yard. So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered.
Check it out. It's like a backdrop to some epic festival.
Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around. Okay! Oh. Does it need a cartoon sound effect every single time? Oh, deserved.
Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth!
Cease! Desist, you beast!
Somebody out! Help me! Stay, Azzy, stay!
If this is who I think it is. It is. It's the fucking Johnny Test whip sound effect.
Who's that?
Yep, it's her. It's the same one.
Oh, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way, she'd never do a thing like that. See, it doesn't even bite. At least not very often.
So she does have a taste for human... Wait a minute. You're telling me she does have a taste for human flesh?
How'd you like meeting a real-life elephant really up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right?
There, sweetie. Don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did. Oh, I'm so happy.
Pardon me. I'm sorry, I'm very gassy. I can't help it. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Fender! Fender! It's been one game. There's been like, oh, well, I guess 2 games in between. Don't start this up again! Do we have our profile yet? Keep your trunk to yourself.
Oh, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate.
This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted.
And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. She's Azia, the Asian elephant.
Azia stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina.
Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't.
Wait, what? So you're Simeon's boss?
That's right, Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Very Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you.
The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. My name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Oh, he said it. So much for whipping me into shape.
Yeah, she's perfect.
What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay?
That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yetagrasu.
Well, that's okay, because you're about the same age.
Great Thief, oh, that sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight for quite a bit of our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's all the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down.
Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's going on behind that metal fence, though.
Well, sure you can. Go on, open it up. Kay, why don't you go climb up there? Take a look above it, will you? Just climb up the fence and take a peek on the other side, you know? No problem, no high voltage, that's a fancy word for it. It's very safe. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. I was right, 17. Fender! It's really cool how they keep up with the ages, though, especially for reoccurring characters. They do keep track of it. It's very commendable. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss.
That's right. My dad founded the Very Big Circus. When he passed away, he was murdered.
I'm sorry to hear that.
God, that's the 4th person today who's had a murdered dad. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus look bigger and better than ever. Mo the Clown! He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's, too. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? And it was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the Very Big Circus is getting bigger and bigger day by day.
Sounds like you guys are going places. Well, they're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me more about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And it's not just any story, it's a love story. Isn't that dreamy?
Please tell me you're not a part of this. Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? Please. Please cut me a break.
No, silly, that would be
Better. I like that.
And she falls in love with none other than Regent the tiger. It's a heartrending saga of forbidden interspecies romance.
Well, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the cake. I'm not saying biscuit.
And that's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic.
Oh, we're going for all of the tropes.
That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? And they also come from two factions who are forbidden to do love because their two factions are at war. But if they marry, the two factions will find peace and harmony.
So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose there's a first time for everything. And, who's the third wheel?
Oh, that would be the big old meaning just to tear our star-crossed lovers apart.
What animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth? Phoenix, right? A clown of an attorney?
I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatagrasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey.
That's certainly lowered the stakes. Especially since the elephant could crush the monkey and the tiger could eat the monkey.
Oh, you mean money, right? Nope again! The role of monkey is played by Simeon.
What?
Money's far too small to play against Azia and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Azia and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it?
Wow, sure is. So, Mr. Saint was no more than just a little helper, he claims to be? Oh, he was more than just a little helper.
Poor Simeon. It would be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore.
Show preparations. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance?
Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. I was too busy laying on the couch being all bisexual and eating hot chip and such. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though.
Oh, well. I recall seeing one behind the stage. Should examine it in more detail.
You should have seen him, moving those huge cages all around by himself. He's a total hero.
Can't you look for someone your own age? Jesus fucking Christ. He's 5 years older than you. Give it like 3 years and then maybe it's okay, but for now, please, stay out of trouble.
Yeah, sounds like something he would do.
Weeping all the while.
He's going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison person gave us special permission to use it in storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. Guess that confirms that Mr. Saint was the performer that went into workshop A.
Well, this sucks, and all we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Yeah, just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. I was talking to the defense attorney, not the associate.
What exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? Yeah, I'd like to see Mo too.
For me, oh, thank you very much.
What? I didn't say you could have it.
So it's not for me.
No. My apologies, it was my fault for needlessly waving it in your face.
Okay, I forgive you this time.
Wait, why am I apologizing? Oh, I was hoping we might get a little dialogue referencing Phoenix. Simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners.
Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. Didn't we? We literally just got info that it was fucking, Saint who was working on the well.
Pardon me.
My nose is all stuffy. All my sinus shit's going haywire.
Oh, I'm gonna blow my nose.
Tweet, tweet, motherfuckers.
No, that's in the game. Oops. Don't you recall? We've had these bird chirps before. These were in Ace Attorney Trilogy as well. They're in your mind!
Let's see. It weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there's some pulleys, too.
Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight?
Oh, come on. It's not like I was gonna take anything.
What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? This must be the stage for the show.
Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show?
I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. Ugh, my left ear's being fucky. It's throwing me off.
Hey!
Who are you shouting at?
Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I want to see if they'd come to say hello.
Well, according to that little guy right there, I don't think he's going to be coming to say hello anytime soon. I only see water striders.
Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Ah, man, I wish I could do that.
So much for the goldfish. Also, I think you mean koi. I don't know why you're thinking about goldfish, but that pond reminds me of a koi pond. This door appears to be locked.
Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try with my head.
No, if we deem it necessary, we'll simply ask for the key.
Spoiled sport. That could have been my chance to shine.
You're free to shine somewhere else, but you'll not make an audience out of me. Oh, there. A wicker basket, or rather a cart, given the wheels. 80% chance it was a koi fish in the original version. Probably.
It smells like animals.
I suppose they must have been using it to move things around.
Oh, it's just like the big koi fish in Sekiro. They get the poison so you can kill it and get a special item that you can only get that way. Because you gotta poison it, you gotta find the place, and you gotta give him the bad food, and then he fucking dies. You gotta do it for an achievement. Hey, wouldn't it be fun if we hop in and race down at the hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs!
Where did any of that come from? Also, wouldn't you topple over? An office chair is not very sturdy. Hello.
Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir. How are you today, if you don't mind me asking?
Today, we literally talked to you, like, an hour ago.
Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to this place...
Ever since I came to call this place home,
I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see.
in order to be as annoying as possible.
I'm currently helping out with the circus show's stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The frank sort you see before you was a changed man.
A changed man who now targets the recently deceased.
No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness.
A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere.
You're right, of course, I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. as a thief. Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's straight and narrow for me, like I say. I'm a muddled prisoner. Yes, I'm sure you won't be using your little trick anymore. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society.
Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you?
That's right, only 2 inmates were absent, Sword and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you.
But how does he get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he is the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I am far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. Now, what are these mud packs, exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders for their coats. Are you sure you're not just rubbing shit all up and down the animals? I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him.
The muddy mud. The muddy glove.
That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Of course, that's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud.
That was a really weird sentence.
I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. I love this song too. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we would have such access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful. I truly am.
Huh. Was that what Edgeworth wanted me to show him? Probably. Seemed in line with what he was asking. What do you have to say about the dog? That's a lie. That's a lie! You would definitely have seen the doggy. That's a freaking lie. That's a freaking lie.
Probably wouldn't see Acro either.
Yeah, you know, with the return of the circus, it would have made sense.
Ugh. I'm glad we did at least get a previous game villain.
These chairs must have been here for the audience.
Wow, I pity you had to put all of them away.
Really? Why?
Ha! You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, have you?
Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it. But Gumshoe's so good at cleaning up chairs, why even bother having me there? I mean, he's much quicker and faster at it. It's just worthless. What's up? Who doesn't love a good circus performance, huh? A foray into the realm of fantasy. If a performance is a good one, it certainly can be entertaining, yes.
Man, I'm getting pumped up just thinking about it.
A chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic.
You got that right. Doesn't it just make you want to hug or something?
What is your problem?
Are you touch-starved or something? Get a woman or something. I don't know. Man, I don't care what you get. Just not me.
The circus? Holding a show here, right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in? Guess the magic of the big top is enough to make them forget that they're all in the same boat as these animals. The fence, I suppose I should examine it too. It is a part of the facility, after all. Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had a tenth of her starry-eyed outlook. I suppose that's because her head seems to be up in the clouds. Right? She's so above it all that no one dares go against her. But she doesn't even have to crack the whip with the animals. The eyes go from starry to steely, and suddenly it's sit, stay. I can think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Well, it sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Malzarino, spill the beans. Trust me, Fender, one crack of her whip and you'll be running for the courthouse doors. She'll have you begging and barking like a dog.
Danger! High voltage! You told me I can, climb this, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course, Kay. I do believe what's on the other side might help with the case.
Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there.
Ah, yes. Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window of the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. Thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep all the riffraff like us out. There you are. Oh.
Regina! Cupcake! A wooden guide! I've suddenly been dying to sit down for a chat, you exquisite little thing!
Okay. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home.
Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and
It was awful and utter disgrace.
awful. I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly?
I certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them. They always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted and brooded, and then it hit me. The animals, if anyone could brighten up this place, it was them. Oh, it is nice having them around. Isn't it just? Now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie's the very picture of rehabilitation.
Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets.
We have so many success stories among the family of the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into vocational training and is always first to volunteer for everything.
What, and your other model prisoner?
Your other model prisoner don't do that. Get that peanut butter out of your mouth, dear. Of course, they're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him.
Ah, okay. What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals, the very big circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month. Really? Well, in that case, let me see.
She'd better not be thinking of something to confess to. Yeah, that sounded pretty evil. That sounded like some foreshadowing. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Very Big Circus?
But of course, sweetie, I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Oh, yes, she is. Yes, she is. That was strange. Why'd your fox give you... on the lips, huh? I mean, I'm all for, you know, smooching animals and stuff, but, like... That was odd.
She's so adorable, so sweet I could gobble her right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling, Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know.
On the mouth is very gross. You don't want to know where that fox has gotten his face into. Is that a euphemism? I hope not. He's not a person. He's a very cute little fella. I hope he isn't being tortured like that.
Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was so simply divine.
That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too.
About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see.
She must mean Canis and Sorat.
We were 3 members short.
Uh-oh, 3?
Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me?
I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show?
That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure that there are enough seats for everybody. But Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed, as far as we're aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sword are the only ones who weren't present. This doesn't add up. Who is the 3rd missing prisoner, and what were they doing? It seems like we need to investigate further. Some of them go for very strong smells. Well, now it sounds even more like a euphemism, Laser. You know what else has a really strong smell? I shouldn't have to spell it out for you. But especially when she's wearing a fur coat like that with a funny little fox on her shoulders in the middle of summer.
Must feed the little one.
Little one.
Yikes! Alligator! You're looking as adorable as always, Ellie, my sweet.
Oh, she's so pretty. And what a cute name.
Yes, Ellie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite. Aren't you? Yes, you are.
So jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course.
Boy, howdy. These two were made for each other. They look like they'll be busy for a while.
Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells.
Yes, let's. Perhaps we should find a clue about who is our 3rd missing prisoner. It was an alligator, Laser, okay? They already said it.
Hold on, I need to stand up. Oh, fuck. It's too hot! Ah! I'm finna about to stream naked out here. Ay, ay, ay. Window open, sky roof open, fan on. No difference! What do I do? What do I do? Hold on, guys. I'm just stretching. is weird sometimes. I don't know why they do the triple question mark thing. I mean, this ain't even Binding of Isaac. Whew. No, phone, I wanted to turn you off, not turn you on. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, sure. Oh, I finally caught up with you. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere? No. The judge and the kid aren't even here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell? Did you manage to turn anything up? We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyways. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something.
Yeah, it proves the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but not conclusive. Thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victim. They're on it as we speak.
Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Yes, for once. Detective, I must say, I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I have been doing this for like 15 years. So things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick...
We'll find out how that dog got over there.
Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along. Please, missile.
Secret weapons?
Yeah, that's right. A few tools of the trade that have helped me bust open more cases than that. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, Detective. Well, try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir. Just let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1. My trusty old metal detector. It's made of steel, silver, or scrap. This little guy right here will find it. So it detects metal. Very good, Detective. Surprised he doesn't really recognize it, since that's the whole thing that put his surrogate dad in jail. I guess the exact same one. Next up, secret weapon number 2, Mitchell! Everybody's favorite crime-fighting canine. Yes. Yes! 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 Look at him. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food.
Oh, he sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Candace's dog.
And now for secret weapon number 3. Where did I put that? Ah! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. I mean, no, I just happened to happen with me, that's all. Well, I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir. Wasn't that only like 4 things? Didn't you say you had 7?
Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7. And one of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's enough for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call them secret? Guy can't just go around sharing everything at once. That's crazy! Well, in that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir? Missile! Oh, you got it, sir. Hey, Mitchell! Here, boy!
Ah! He really came.
So, what are we tracking? Trying to find out how Mr. Canis's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So we give the pooch a sniff of the body?
And he'll find the route for us.
Does anyone else smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's fainter, but it's there. It's almost like cake, maybe? What does the body smell of cake? All right, Mitchell. Get a nose full. Look at him go! All right, here we go. Follow that dog. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got a mission to follow now. That's the way to... He's headed for maximum security. Uh-oh, he's going in. And we'll just have to follow after him. Hey! Hey, wait a minute! This is Mr. Canis's cell, though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missel's onto something? Shh, looks like maybe he is. I hate when he does that, though. Is there something here? Let's get snooping, Edgeworth! Bell? Look, Edgeworth! The chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. No woodworker, but suppose it's all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch regardless of the job. All-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. Someone bonked him on the head, then brought him into the training room, then stabbed his throat, then brought the dog and framed the dog for murder. Kay is Daphne, Fred is Gumshoe, Velma is Edgeworth, and Fender is Shaggy. Missile is Scooby, of course. I don't know how I feel about Kay and Gumshoe being couples. Nope! It's my opinion as a great thief. I'm sure Miss Bird would have something to say about that, too. I walked into that one. Mr. Canis's chisels. Every one a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See? Oh, they're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood-carving face. Are you quite finished? I am not privy to hitting a child. I will do it. Cookies. Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis clearly doesn't lack for comforts. I can think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How come nobody else gets the special treatment? Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself. No thanks. Mr. Canis's chess set, complete with a special dog piece. That's not a chess set, it's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too. It's not inconceivable, some of them are. And this is quite a nice one. I never would have pegged Mr. Canis. Good to know. What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish! Not the same thing. Not even close. Oh, what did he find? What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake you were... Is this cake what you were after? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Down, boy! Hey, stop that! No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate. You know that. If you won't behave, then I'll just eat it myself. Hey, not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees, though. Gummy, I wanted some. Daring of you both to assume food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. Could have also been evidence. Joe, anyway, it looks like it really was cake Missile was tracking. What a waste of time. Suppose we just got her just desserts. No, because Gumshoe smelt cake in the fucking, workshop. But the little guy's definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a little blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Chic, boy! Yeah, Canis will... You'll be fine about it. It was Gumshoe. Gumshoe ate your cake. It wasn't me. I was against the whole thing. I thought we should feed it to the dog and watch him die. I don't know. Maybe you into that kind of thing? Oh, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is, it's in there. Mr. Casarato's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Casarato, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. Bro was in solitary for fucking 5 minutes. That's how lax the guards are here. He got put in there, and then the warden was like, you've spent your time. You're fine. You can go now. He was here for the noon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you would be so kind as to open his cell. Yes, sir. Gotta lose 20 pounds. Change to 10. He's got a boxing bag with the warden on it. That's funny. His punching bag has certainly seen some use.
What breed again were you, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer?
Oh. No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside. Yes, sir. Oh! Oh, could this be? Whoa there, whoa, wait, Missile!
I'm going in too!
Wait, stop! Sure, I'll go get her. Oh, that's tight. Alright, shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Based, Edgeworth. Hello, Kay, are you alright?
You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center.
The detention center?
That hole, it's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell.
Uh-oh, Mr. Casarato! Uh-oh! It was the boxer all along! That son of a fucking bitch! Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way.
Uh-oh!
Wait, so, Bossman, was, Missile the correct answer, then? I'm guessing so. We're finding some pretty important stuff right now. I feel like we're on the right track. I'm glad, because I love Missile to death. He's my favorite little boy. I just wanted to see him. That's the only reason I picked him. I didn't know, and pretense I was just excited to see my boy. Honk, 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 honk. Well, actually, I will take a quick break. I do want to go grab a drink. I've ran out of my Coke, and it's really, really fucking hot, so I'll have to BRB. Oh my god, no music? Thanks. I can play Objection Funk, right? I think that's allowed. Hold up, let me play Objection Funk for you guys. I'll just put that on on loop while I'm gone. By the way, we're back down to 120 subs on YouTube, guys. Who unsubbed, huh? Who did it? You better sub back right now. I want 121 subs again, you fucking freaks. How dare you? I was so proud that I got that far, and then you're going to take it away.
Oh, you make me so mad.
All right.
Objection!
All right. Of course, it's by It Each Vader. Love them. Love this song. I'll be right back.
Objection! 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 Take that! Objection! Take that! Objection! 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 Take that! Objection! Take that! Objection! 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 Objection!
Objection!
Hold it! Objection!
Take that!
Objection!
Objection!
Hold it!
Objection!
Take that! Objection!
Hold it!
Hold it! Objection!
Objection!
Objection! Hold it! Objection! Hold it!
Take that!
Objection! 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 Objection!
Fucking Jesus Christ. I was just up there helping put groceries away and it starts pissing down rain. Well, not pissing down, but they were really big drops. I had to rush down because my sunroof was open. But at least it's gonna be a little, you know, not as hot now. Maybe? Hopefully. I'll leave my window open though. It's one that goes like on a slant to where the rain can't get in, so should hopefully be fine.
But I'm back. I got some juice. I got some frickin' juice.
I hope you guys enjoyed Objection Funk for like 20 minutes. I don't know how long was I gone. Sounds right. Like 20 fucking minutes or something. Boop. All right. Nothing like some good old ice cold black currant juice. Even though it's got like 2 health star rating or something. Like this shit probably has a bunch of added fucking sugar. I kind of wish it was just straight. I love straight fruit juice. I love like 100% orange juice. It's my favorite. I used to be an apple juice kind of guy, but no. 100% orange juice takes the cake every time. That should just be the basic. The vanilla. Alright. Okay. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Sure, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. Whoa. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route that we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by 2 heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. There was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? A sweet scent can be detected. Was fucking Mr. Knight trying to get some cake? Or maybe Mr. Canis had some cake on him, which he did. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that may have come from being dragged through the tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera did have a flash, so I took some pictures. Then let's see what you've captured. Dog prints! Spoon, fork, mug. Look at that. Spoons, a fork? I guess they were digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints, even. From a dog, perhaps. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question.
It does? Well, Mr. Coserato has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means...
Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Coserato is immediately. My suspicions are correct. Huh? Oh, nuts! The guards were alerted, and they began searching for Mr. Coserato right away. But after a thorough investigation of the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found.
Oh shit, he got away! Or he's dead.
We can't find Mr. Canis either. He wasn't in his cell as well.
Well, have the police been notified?
Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire facility.
Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest.
It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different one in regard to the one we've seen so far.
Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. It seems he might have already left the building.
I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it.
What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie?
I suppose that's true.
Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be sitting around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
And you there, get back to your posts!
Yes, ma'am! Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Ah, hey, thanks, pal. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell.
Let me guess. It's gonna be Coserato, isn't it?
What does it say?
What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth?
They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's. Never mind.
Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in this holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed.
We have all the evidence we need. Let's find what Mr. Canis has to say for himself.
Canis,
Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, he's as well connected on the outside as he is in here.
I suppose he would have to be. How else would he be the so-called fixer to stay in business?
Police have been trying to track down on his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know.
So, that's what this was all about. Still not talking, ma'am. Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct?
No, I've tried so many things I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report.
You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Ah, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now.
look at that fucking egghead.
Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. No matter what I say, or how much evidence I present with him, he simply won't say a word.
A prison warden conducting interrogations herself. Well, that's irregular to say the least, but you can't say she's not passionate.
Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned.
Oh, way in here. I thought things couldn't get any spicier.
Oh, great. Winner is here as well. Or should I say Mr. Wiener? Judge Gavel, I didn't expect to find you here.
We have been conducting inquiries which Given that we are in charge of the investigation, it's hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet here you are.
Well, I'm sorry that you thought I would be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you and the committee might say. I'm here to present a certain someone with evidence that yourselves should have uncovered.
You've got more business with me than I take it, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh yes, I'm going to lick that bald head clean. I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were a killer. And here I am.
This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you're ready.
Objection!
Not so fast! We have some truths of our own to share, first-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed, we are now more certain than ever Simeon Saint was the murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Oops. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance.
You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation!
Not at all. If anything, I'm showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was. And I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Yes. Because you're fucking full of shit. But Mr. Edgeworth...
Sure. I accept your terms. I'm confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. And I do not intend to besmirch its name. Oh. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated.
Very well. Then let's see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power invested in me, by the almighty goddess of justice. Eustace, if you would allow me. Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel.
How Knight wound up in the prison proper. Fuck. I may have swallowed that juice really strangely. Fuck. Ah! Ha! You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume?
He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled into one of the prison workshops.
Figured she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell.
Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is still from the footage we recovered.
Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell.
Correct. You'll also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. Is this a blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected? A sound deduction based on what we've observed, don't you say?
A blind spot, which means the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it is still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point.
I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There is really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break, that's so cool! Mr. Carcerado, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up my game.
Okay, now is hardly the time. Mr. Casarato's escape is no laughing matter.
It's my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon.
Was not a compliment.
I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and been removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood.
Dr. Gavel's argument seems reasonable. Except for, you know, a motive. Why would he fucking do that? There's a fault in our logic somewhere. I must find it. Uh-huh. Well, actually, the keys were not found. They checked him.
Objection!
Okay. They were clearly not found.
Hold it!
Hold it! Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys?
I don't think I have no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I'm sure he will confirm our suspicions.
I won't be so sure. Perhaps I should press further on her reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there's a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely.
He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, and waited for an opportune moment to present itself.
He hid the keys? I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is the key evidence that Mr. Knight didn't have the keys. The metal detectors? Oh, the metal detectors is a good option. That might actually be it. Boom! Metal detector! Would you care to revise your testimony at all, Judge Gavel? Oh, damn it.
Hold it!
Is it just the keys because they were never recovered?
Ba-da-bup, 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 ba-da-bup.
Search the prison for the murder weapon, but couldn't find anything. It could be that as well.
Take that!
They were not recovered. Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but... Sorry, I'm taking a long sip of juice. Hold on. Ooh, blackcurrant is so good, isn't it, Judge Gavel? Isn't it so swell? I apologize, my blood sugar is low. After the assault, the guard searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory.
I have considered the matter of the missing keys. I do not think it's such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set.
Knight's chest set. The same set in which the murder weapon was allegedly hidden?
Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it! Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion.
Oh, throwing him under the bus. So the two of them aren't one line on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climb inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to the workshop in the prison proper. All with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was a part of the performance. How would he have had time to commit the murder?
Overruled.
How indeed? Well, allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. Are you saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Hardly. It takes me 15 minutes to take a shit. You just realized that the main character of Ace Attorney is Gumshoe? So far he's in every game? That's true. But he won't be in Great Ace Attorney. And I don't think I've seen him in Apollo, but I haven't seen much of Apollo at all. Like actually nothing, so I guess I can't say. Oh man, I can't wait to get to the Closey, dude. When we get to the Closey, oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Wait, did he... Committing a crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. The what? Listen, bro, I got Closey fever, alright? I have had Closey fever. Assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage as evidence.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you be as good to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? Blood. This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Oh, mighty goddess of justice, grant me patience. The floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensics operatives.
Objection!
We have the, well, they're not the best in the country, but yeah, they are something. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decide to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Oh no! Gummy's badge is on the line too! Oh, not again! Oh man, I've already been fired once. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to sign up for right cold law officers again. Forgive me, Detective, I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots! You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless!
Mr. Wiener. I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted.
I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is just one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene?
Yes, Rain. I am saying that.
Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? Oh, you're a joke.
You'd have wiped up the blood up. You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmut, you would.
What?
That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. Due to leave any evidence, after all.
But what about my objection?
Well, saved by an assassin of all people. I'm glad too. That was a good objection. Jeez Louise, could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously as well. Although, the way I taught him to do it is rather unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand, then...
La 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 la! I'm not listening! I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering.
Your understanding is much of...
Wait, I'm not done yet. I thought of something else. Yes, I did. Overruled.
Oh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me to make you shut the fuck up?
Oh, yours, Gavel.
Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell. The assassin's dog was the killer.
My position is the same it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Well, luckily, we have a very, 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 very good evidence of that. Not only do we have his paw prints, but a tunnel that coincidentally does that exact thing.
Hold it!
I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog can freely travel between the prison and the detention center.
It's a funny little hole.
This is... Yes, a tunnel. I made it myself, you like. It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison.
A secret passageway?
My phone just went off. I thought I had this on silent. Apparently not. It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Casarato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. So, okay, you're telling me that these fucking klutzes, these dipshits, completely searched the prison top to bottom. And Gumshoe searched the victim's holding cell, was right next to the hole with a bunch of frayed fucking wood everywhere that you can see from an angle, incredibly easily detected the blood, got the forensics team in to check the blood as well. How many people were this close to this hole and nobody noticed it? We had to get Missile to find it. It's Gumshoe? Yeah, but it's Gumshoe, it's Winner, it's Gavel, it's... everybody was in the cell! Everyone was in there! And the forensics team was in there too! Listen, I'm all for dogging on Gumshoe, but everybody was in there. I can't let this slide! Everyone was 2 feet from the hole! Including you, Gavel. Yeah, well, you're probably right about that. But, like, the forensics team, I don't know. Maybe they're not useful either if they're connected to Gumshoe. It's just ridiculous. It's just like, if they had like, oh, there was like a carpet over it or something, anything. But there's literal wood chunks around it peeking out from under the bed. Like, come on. Saying that Gavel babysits is so funny, but so true. Oh shit, that's thunder. Holy fuck, do you guys hear that? Whoa. Imagine. Fucking struck by lightning. Don't do it. That was a joke. Don't do some haha funnies. Haha. Just some dust specks. Oh, sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I think that was some chocolate cake on the photo right there. As you can see, it's your perfect circle. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that you used to carry out the murder. In the name of Goddess of Justice, overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line. How so, Your Honor? Oh my god. Overruled, 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 overruled. Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Almighty Zeus, you have the power to be so funny right now. You could be so hilarious. Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. His autopsy report? When did we get that? How do you not know you had it? Police handed it to me a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The Goddess of Justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that a dog used a knife instead? But that's impossible! That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection!
But the tunnel, the paw prints! What of them? Hamlet is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across this tunnel one day. Although, I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely. Quite a coincidence. But I can't prove it's not the case either. An autopsy report. You fool. You've activated my trap card. Take this updated autopsy report. You fool. Gumshoe? The new autopsy report. Yes, sir. Well, it says right here in big bold letters. He was bitten to death by a dog. But how could that be so different from my one? Yes, a certain stupid fucking idiot attorney once said that to me as well. What a fucking idiot. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. If I fell for it, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Suggests that the cause of death was a stab wound to the neck, inflicted by a sharp blade. Death was instantaneous. We kind of already fucking knew that, though. Yeah, I mean, this all checks out. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic, after all. That's what you think, milady. Was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. How about a hug?
Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. All right, I got it.
Well, nice work, Gavel. Just as we planned it. I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest.
Even after I brought you a tunnel that completely changes how this case is gonna go, you were gonna completely overlook that. I'm a fucking genius. You all suck.
Watch your move, sir. I think she really means it this time. What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated.
Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client.
Hey, I mean, Edgeworth could always fall back on right, you know. Like, he could easily be a defense attorney. He has before. And his stance on defending and stuff has changed. He knows the truth. Yeah.
The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy.
Attaboy, Miles! That's what I'd like to see! Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. That's true. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first.
My father.
In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you'd changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fenda. If you must know, I knew this man. No, this clown. Clown of a defense attorney that changed my mind. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon? Of course. There were 5 chisels at Mr. Canis's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was...
Hold it!
Is it really the trained killer who's the murderer? It's not like some... Well, let's just see where it goes. Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. Actually, I don't know if we've checked them. It wouldn't hurt to check those chisels. So, the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then, where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let it go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? Well, what if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon is? And it was right under our noses the whole time indeed. In fact, it was the candlestick in the kitchen with Colonel Mustard. Yes, of course. Makes too much sense. It was one of Mr. Canis's chalices? Chisels. What?
Overruled. I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog.
I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime.
If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been a dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage.
Oh, yeah! The security footage. How do you explain that one, Mr. Smarty Pants?
An excellent question. The footage shows...
It shows the dog jumping on someone, not killing. It just shows them jumping on him, not killing him. Mr. Canis' dog jumping at Knight? The dog attacked Knight, but it didn't kill the man.
He didn't?
No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Mr. Knight. The real killer was the dog's master.
Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job. And he could definitely use one of those chisels to do it.
Correct. You, Bodhidharma Canis, you're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others.
You asking me or confessing to what's on yours?
We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom. Right, Gavel?
How'd he get out of maximum security, though? I don't think he did. His dog brought the corpse here. He didn't leave the cell, he just killed him through the bars, I think. I think that's what they're insinuating. Hey, his fifth one's gone.
Yes, we even inspected his chisels, all 4 of them.
Uh-oh.
There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You've just confirmed my theory.
I have? What exactly do you mean?
The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4.
Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5.
And the one that's missing is the small one. The one that we might have thought to be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel?
A pocket chisel. And what use would I have for such a thing, Aaron? I'm really allowed to leave my cell.
In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. He's already in prison for murder. What's gonna happen? He's gonna get double prison? Is he gonna get the death sentence? Like, like, what are we going for here? I guess we can save our client, but who knows what's gonna happen on this guy? Probably death, I would say. Hopefully.
So you have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you enlighten us?
For a man who can't leave his cell on his own volition, Canis could have only hidden the chisel here.
Take that!
Here? Mr. Canis is still in prison despite the comfort he enjoys. He's really allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere. But that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up.
Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Furthermore, this room is the one place where a plated instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? Probably death or a less shit prison. A fact he took full advantage on. Ooh, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic!
Objection!
But I looked! I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
Did you search his butthole? There's a certain thing in the real world called the prison wallet, Mr. Wiener. I'm sure you haven't heard of it, but I would endeavor to check there first. I'm certain that the murder weapon is here, and that's the reason why no one has found it yet, because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner.
Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan?
Well, it did have a bell on it. Is it on the dog?
I had to use it myself when they tried to take my badge away. Started stabbing. He's not showing us out permanently, is he?
Let's get out of here, come on!
The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. But must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but now I think I know where he might have hid the murder weapon. Is it in his mouth? Giving up already? Expected more of you, Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well you should. If you would give me a moment. This piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon. Dog. Doggy.
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today. Oh yeah, unlike last time when... Mr. Kenneth, if you would be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth. Oh, come on. He isn't barked because he's such a well-behaved boy. I gave him an order to last time. Then order him again this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Kenneth. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmut, open up. There it is! And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for the... What? A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd been strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up. Eustace? Why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay. I kind of like how stupid he is. I think he's fun. Oh, yeah, well, there we go. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What? Well, not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? Forensics evidence cannot be ignored. We had no choice but to concede that this is the most likely case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why does he always have to laugh like that, even when it's not funny?
Poor Helmut. How could they suspect us? You will leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I do not kill anyone. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court would like to hear Mr. Canis's testimony. Here we go. This should be interesting. If you'd be so kind. Glad. He does look like a supervillain, doesn't he? Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him, no connection whatsoever. Well, you very much do, indeed. We already have the evidence for that. If that is the case, why would I possibly wish for him to be dead? Maybe because he was winning against you in chess, maybe? Could it be that you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way... An assassin who only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree. My work required me to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for its own sake, that's not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover. This is the easiest one ever! Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba! Check this out. I wonder if the chess diagram would work. Wait, where's the proof that it was in Knight's cell? Was it this one? I mean, we know that's the case, but this one was found in Canis' cell. Oh, no, this is the one we found in... This is the one we found in Knight's cell. It just says Canis' cell, because it copies what his board is.
Objection!
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's a record of a game of correspondent chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game that's laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end.
Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 10 times. I give up! I mean, what do you even call a number that big?
A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Mr. Knight. Unless, that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence. Well, they do say the truth is a stranger to fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence.
But that's totally impossible. We just proved that.
Coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim. And yet here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes, yes. Knight was playing correspondent chess with Canis. Did the two have some sort of connection? Suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth. Boy, the other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business when it comes to... when in comes Helmut dragging a corpse, of all things. I quite a shock. Not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once they removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop? Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess, after all.
You know something. That totally makes sense. Remember what Mr. Sawit said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog had sunk its terrible teeth into the victim's throat.
What did you just say? Yeah. I see. So what Mr. Sawit actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon, then?
I knew it. So Helmut was used, but not by our boy. Okay, but who is really good with animals and they do anything she says? Yep, that's right. I propose that Regina Berry did it.
Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I'm responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmut is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis? Fender? No offense, Paleo, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. But a hug! Sure, we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would remove the body to avoid suspicion. Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel. And the one around Mr. Helmut's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course, they were something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. It has been some years since you last saw one of them. You remember them well. Your knife is attached, and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you.
Okay, the fact they're bringing up so much, like, lore about this guy, I'm guessing the next case is gonna be like a
a prequel case. Or something. Where we, you know, go to the past and we play the case against him. Yes, it was one of my bells. Only one of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two, one for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, my knife has long since been taken from me. When the helmet brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. First, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel. Certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. And so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body? That you had nothing to do with the killing? How could I? I told you the chisel's not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Eustace! Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Forensics. Oh, right, sure thing. We got him! Fingerprints! They're Mr. Knight's! And Mr. Canis's? No, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints being wiped off. Eh? So if somebody did do it, they were wearing gloves. Unless he killed himself. Whoa, what? That would be crazy if he killed himself. I don't think we've had something like that. That being a twist. Only Mr. Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good. Should I get them to check again? Now you see. I've never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth, that is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim. Ooh, that's not helpful. As I said, I've not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? I've got nothing to counter with. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be. I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you do not find the solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have no choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
Yeah, well, you've done it now, sir. She's serious. And I'm gonna be out of the fucking job, too.
You know, it might be a good thing, though. I don't get paid that much. I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for? Uh-oh. Not again. You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one. Alright, then how'd he get it in here? There's no way the guard would let him bring a super sharp tool with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey! Earth to Mr. Edgeworth! Ugh. Also, they had to have access to the bell or the assassination blade? Well, yeah, that bell's from his blade, so Well, here's what I think happened at the moment. Since we know that the chisel has not had anything wiped off, we can assume that the chisel is not the murder weapon. It was planted to be seen as the murder weapon. Whoever did this wanted to make it seem like Mr. Canis did it. It's very believable. He's a mass fucking murdering assassin. It makes sense. So whoever did actually kill him was easily just trying to, move the blame somewhere else. And, not only is he a peruser of chisels, but, they used the dog to also incriminate him further. So it could really definitely be the warden. The warden is a very good option because she would also know, 1, where the blade is kept, 2, that he has chisels, and 3, because it's like obviously her. It's got to be someone. Oh yeah, and Mr. Carcerado has gone missing too. I guess he could be it. Maybe. I don't know about that. You can't stand here hammering and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, Doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simeon in the end, we can't give up now or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said, what do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words. It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones who can we're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. Not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the rule I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I've failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. That is if he is innocent, which, I mean, it's pretty obvious he is. His name is Saint. But if you move things around, Saint does spell Satan, so I don't know. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another. There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now let's find a new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. Right. How would Mr. Knight have brought a chisel in here? The chess set, perhaps?
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected. Because of the security gates, right? Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel. Hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions. And it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper. Court 2 finds itself wanting a satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir. I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. It's called a chastity. It's called a chastity belt. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V. What sort of name is that, detective? I Well, I came up with it myself, sir. Well, anyway, you can use it to analyze video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps you might finally see that I'm telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found. But it's worth a try. Alright! Want me to chunk you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. Sure, why not? If you could run me through its functions, Detective, that would be most appreciated. Yes, sir! So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye. And you can examine using triangle. Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? The panels on the left and right let you rewind, fast forward. You can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those and you're golden, sir. Seems I can also press R1 to fast forward and L1 to rewind. I can press X to pause. When the video is paused, you can go to the previous frame with L1 or the next frame with R1. Or use the same button controls I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Just line up the old cursor in the area you want to take a closer look at, and then use the panel on the bottom right, and little B will do the rest. It's got those two expanding arrows right on it. You can't miss it, sir. Yeah, I can zoom in by pressing square as well. Okay. Yep. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's see. You never know what you're gonna see once you start looking at things up close. Yeah, check every detail, sir. You'll find something for sure. Shouldn't we have done this right away? There's a mirror here. You know what's bothered me? This looks like a guard uniform. It does not look like a regular uniform. Wait. What the fuck is that thing? I must be seeing things. Take a little look. Seeing it's off at first, then zooming in might help. Is it actually a monkey? Oh wait! Yeah, look! He's got a police hat on! Speaking reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat? Shay, doesn't that look like the hat the guards wear, sir? Oh jeez, is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? No, not that I've heard of. So this may not be a guard at all. Somebody dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat. The missing guard uniform. So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's bay uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed? Guard disguise? Well, I guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? Well, indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. The person in the footage isn't that. And this creature may not even be a dog either. You're right, sir. Let's zoom in and check. Oh, it could be his bear. Oh, do you see that? It's got little claws. That's definitely Polar. Oh, poor Polar. Why does it have to do that every time? Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, yep, that's... No, it's Polar, dude! No, Polar! Good thing Blushroom isn't here. Polar attacked him. Alright, well, it seems like Mr. Carcerado is the guy. Did Edgeworth just say, "Sir, look," or was that Gumshoe? Guys, I think I found a bug. I don't think Edgeworth is supposed to be saying that. I think we might have found a little typo. I think they put the wrong name in. That's definitely supposed to be a "Sure, look." Sir, look. Wait, I mean, that doesn't sound right. I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is a bear. A pig. That's no dog, it's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took? We're not canine, but ursine. A bear! So, could that mean... Yes, I think it could, after all. Who else do we know would have such a pet? We had assumed that it was night in the security footage. But it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, now that we know, but the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on the camera. Who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? Isn't it fucking obvious? We basically just confirmed it.
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. None other than Rocco Casarato, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. The bear in the video was all black! Indeed. And we have evidence that explains why. Oh, yep, the mud. The wood. The wood.
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Salt's testimony. Yep, he did the whole mud bath for all of his creatures for some reason. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. That animal could have been, indeed, our polar bear.
Overruled!
Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. This footage is from the security...
Objection!
I fully understand, Your Honor. Your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sword mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. It does? Yes. Let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 a.m. In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
The time? Yeah, it's only 6 a.m.
Take that!
Mr. Sword said he had administered the treatment at around 9 a.m. In which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3, Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell in maximum security, Mr. Sword, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Casarato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I
believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Salt before entering the tunnel. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. And he's still really sweaty. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Salt's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Salt would have entered the left workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis's dog retrieving the murder weapon from Mr. Knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off. Why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have a look at the security camera. I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. I like the dynamic lighting they got going on. It's really cool. I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. Wait! Laser, didn't you mention earlier that there could have been a power cut? Didn't you literally mention that last stream? What the fuck is wrong with you? How do you keep doing this? Stop! What kind of fucking dark magic are you subscribing to? Gotta stop going to those fucking fortune tellers or something. Jesus fuck. What? They're pretty old, sure. I guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which means the power was cut for approximately 3 hours at some point. That's not all, sir. You remember how Dr. Knight stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, seemed like, kind of like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, there you all are! How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help you two along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden the Guard. The escapee, Mr. Coserato, I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I'm correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. Hey, Mr. Coserato would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper, well, they don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided the doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. But yes, I suppose he could. You just have to avoid the workshops and cells and... Oh my... He is one of you, isn't he? He's here right now! Look, it's Teddy! Oh. Hey, paws off! Get your mitts off me, you big palooka! Thank you, Teddy. That was very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Ah! Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd just... What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Coserato? I'm almost envious. God, apprehend this man! A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Come on, hit me with your best shot! Mr. Coserato's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Well, we know that our guy was knocked out. 100%. At least once. Possibly twice. Because of the cut on his head. Tell me what you were doing the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. It was you guys, huh? You were the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that frickin' thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug,
and a plan in place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy had come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud too. I had to go back to our cell. Would have gotten away with it if somebody hadn't off night and brought you bums down here. I claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this damn cockamamie fixer. And what do I got to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow's another day. It's an outside chance Mr. Caserato and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. Don't be too hasty, Laser. You know, you're on a roll, but come on, don't be too hasty. But the warden is right here, so if she were to be expunged right now, that would be good. But she does kind of have an alibi. She was watching the circus show. But who knows? Got the only reason to find my getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? Good gods, uniform, a whole dug and a plan in place, so I went for it the day you found the guy. But then this little guy had come right after me. Second, noted month 2. Had to go back to my cell.
Hold it!
The uniform was that from the fixer too. Sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. And the guy swiped it from his pal's locker. And you were wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope. But it got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it until I got to the holding cell. Once I was out of there and all dressed up opening the cell door, it should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I think. Freedom beckons. And then the furball jumps at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Well, if that was at 9 a.m., he didn't die till like 10, right? Or something. I can examine this. Oh.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Sure, anything's easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. You are familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in a prison. Why wouldn't I be? Like I had never been there before. With the detention center, you need surely be aware. Unlike the doors in the main prison, holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. I'm sure Mr. Caserato would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. Ba 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 ba. You had the keys, didn't you, you son of a bitch? You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. You got a problem with that? Because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Caserato, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no sticky key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you. Which was during the circus performance, before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time. No one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would have been nigh impossible. I see. Could he really have? I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than Mr. Casarato. He's the one who attacked the guard. Shit! Not just the guard, the knight too, all taking possession of the guard's keys. What's me, you lousy bum? I didn't even know this knight guy!
Objection!
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. Then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would almost be deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, the particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet. Nuh-uh! Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. The blood on the floor! We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him, who ambushed the both of them and stole the keys. Why, I oughta... What's with you, huh? The newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, then why do you think you had to wipe it up anyway? The chick Knight in the guard's hands. They would have seen those two never came to blows. But that blood'd give up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure out that there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around the floor, they'd have found the tunnel in a heartbeat. Yes, you would assume so, right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah. Right, Sheriff. Yeah. Yeah. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity? Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you out of prison, it seems. Now, hand over the keys. Right in the kisser. Oh shit. Edgeworth 1. Casarato 0. KO'd. My lousy, stinking bum. Fine, you want the keys here. I hope you choke on them.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. Mr. Casarato had the keys. Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys to he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that that theory cannot possibly be true. No! Well, I guess this changes things a bit, yeah? Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. No, you gotta be freaking... Casarato, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. Well, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I magicked my way there or something? I couldn't even get out of my cell. Indeed. You only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? It was not you, but Helmut who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy? Indeed. One can easily imagine that Mr. Casarato and Mr. Canis could have worked together. Mr. Casarato could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, it is tightly controlled. There's only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Casarato.
How could you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them, you just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You're damn right. We tried skipping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from here to the well in the yard already.
Oh my god, and Mr. Saint was at the well. Oh my god! Who's the murderer? It's gotta be the warden if it's not Mr. Carcerato. Who fucking did this?
Look down the well, the chicken from there was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good on what everybody else had already started.
What was the original tunnel for?
Who knows? You're the only one with the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out.
Ooh, or maybe the animals dug it. Like to get water from the well or something?
I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, always smelled kind of nice down there.
Nice. Like the chocolate cake! Wait a minute. Mr. Canis, you are the murderer!
Gee, I don't know. Smells sort of like dessert, I guess.
A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. I've come across a sweet scent before.
Just his body?
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that Mr. Carcerato was how we found the tunnel. Could that be the same sweet scent that, could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel?
Oh dear. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerato, you're the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access.
You have our thanks, Mr. Carcerato. Truly, finally, the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident.
You ain't pinning this on me.
Well, I'm glad to see that we're finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerato may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis, no. He was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding! Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. Except for he actually just said that. What if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerato had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerato had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerato himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerato's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal.
Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists.
My. Still you deny it.
So, we're agreeing that we still disagree?
Mr. Knight and Mr. Carcerato unlocked his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper, just as planned. And then Mr. Knight he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. What are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Then how did it get down there? There's another possibility. One you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the... Oh yeah, that thing! Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop, he took it outside. There he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body into the well. Okay, then where did Mr. Saint get the fucking assassin's knife? Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Ah! Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must have also been him who disposed of the body. Is truly a formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. She really does remind me of a certain fucking piece of shit cunt attorney. Sexy son of a bitch. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw a body down a well. I'm sure you'll agree.
Objection!
Your deduction's impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It would have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Casarato was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Casarato, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No. The place was clean. The body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began. Mr. Casarato would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. Yeah, it could just be fucking lying. I don't know. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Ugh. But what do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? The body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well. Things don't look good for Mr. Saint, but still. Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I poise that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Uh-oh! Oh, whoa! What's happening now? Yikes, is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? What? Darlings, please, it's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the fuck out of me. I'm sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your post, chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Casarato, it's time you went back to your room. Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. Wouldn't Lagarde. We'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, Now, why would you be so quick to kick us out? Especially right now. Why is everybody so suspicious? You're suspicious. Hell, Judge Gavel's still suspicious. Wiener is just... well, he's not really suspicious. He's more pathetic. I don't know, man. Oh, it's imperative that we investigate right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guest went home to Betty Bye's, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Come on now, darling. Don't make me bore you with all that I'm the warden, this is an order nonsense. Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. Well, now that you mention it, I am fucking starving. Jesus Christ. I could go for a nice burger. What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go. Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gavel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Casarato's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? Yeah, it's dinner time. We gotta go eat the dinner bell. It's time to go fucking get some munchies. She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. What is this, Five Nights at Freddy's 4? We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. Prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a dinner date with one... lawyer. Ba 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 ba. Crime scene recreation. March 29th, 10:12 a.m. Prison yard. Well, everything's already packed away. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something. This time, that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although, that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Judge Gavel's deduction yesterday. Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Removed remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see here. Let's see what we have left. Badge, map, rope, Mr. Knight's body, rubber glove, chest set, bloody tarp, door sensors, prison roll call, the bracelet, the dog chess piece, prison search, tunnel prints, security gates, security camera footage, chest diagram, Mr. Candace's bells, chisel, and the autopsy report. Huh? There's a cover on it. Yeah, that really did only get rid of like 2 things. It's true. What the fuck? So little. Edgeworth is a goddamn hoarder. A dried up well would slap bang in the middle of his prison? Figures it would still be locked. Well, luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken! And from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard, and then, during the performance, he threw the body down the well.
What are you thinking, Mazzarino? Plausible or no?
Oh, why don't we have Missile help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went.
Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, let's go! Missile's coming back, baby!
Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You betcha. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? Oh, sure, Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come here with you. Yes, sure. I'll be there before you know it.
So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy, Edgeworth?
I don't know, play cards or something? Game of hide and go seek, you're 17k, please.
Good idea, kiddo, but where exactly do we hide?
He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one.
Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming up.
Say what now?
Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief.
Whoa! The screen's appearing from thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. Want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now?
I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation.
Try to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it.
It's Little Thief, Edgeworth. How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday?
Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention too well then. Who knows? We may well have overlooked something.
Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity boop bop boop boop bop boop. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and dark skies of evening when no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all seeing. Now witness the true power and real of the modern day woman.
What is this?
It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies.
There's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now.
Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. You can't simulate things it doesn't have data for. And if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too.
This particular recreation is based off Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started?
Okay, show me the recreation just like real life. Well, well, well. Oh, well, well, well. Well, obviously they created a pulley of some kind here with the weight, the rope, and the tarp. So they didn't just drop the body in, they lowered it. Meaning maybe he was alive at this point?
A stunning looking hemp rope back on the ground.
Kind of reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug of war in school.
The answer is no, Kay.
What? I didn't even say anything. Yet.
See, there's also a metal stake attached to one end.
Oh yeah, looks like something you'd use to put up a tent.
There was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? Bunch of pulleys doing here. They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? That clearly says 30 pounds. Sure it was 30 pounds. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyways? Doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. Always behind the stage, which means there aren't any people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. It's looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. So, what do you think all that stuff around the well was used for? Can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Ugh. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. Why did it have a unfounded checkmark then? Is it all the same dialogue? Oh no, this is new.
Do you think people would be interested in the Great Thieving Show?
I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. Har har. Maybe our elephant did something. That's the same. What was the name of our trunk-happy friend again?
Azia the Asian elephant.
Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it?
Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not the poor elephant herself.
I suspect that that's about all we can find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Okay, can you power down Mr. Thief now?
Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality.
Investigation complete. Sure, I came as quick as I could. Mistle's pissed.
Speak of the devil.
Ah, detective, that was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sure. Never did like to keep you waiting.
Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. It seemed way more fun than rehearsals, so I ditched them for the day.
It's very much appreciated. Alright, detective, let's start with Missile. Yeah, sure. Hey, Missile, over here, boy! Bro's fucking pissed. Hey, what's the matter? Come on, boy, come on. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Oh, the alligator. You think the alligator did anything? Think the alligator bit our guy? Look at his weird little alligator feet. Oh, alligator! I guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be much help like this. Any other bright ideas, Miles Areno? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand?
Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to go teach Allie some tricks?
She could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yarn looked like during the show.
I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right?
If you'd be so kind. Oh, hey.
Here you go. This is what the yard looked like during the show.
The time at which the body was reported to have been thrown down the well. Well, it looks like the well is all glitchy.
Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why...
The area behind the stage is missing.
Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself.
Oh, no, it's my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender.
Anyway, we got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show. And switch between them at will. Switch between recreations using triangle and talk to Kay. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? What do you smell, Missile? As bad as you look, Sheriff, poor little guy scared out of his skin. I hope to have him track that scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. Story of a forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Oh, I wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage, too.
Oh, it was wonderful the way he flew off the stage.
Oh, yes. That scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner. Yeah, he gets thrown by the elephant. You remember, roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry?
Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes.
What's this Judge Gavel said? Isn't it pretty hairy, health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy off stage?
Not at all. He is very gentle.
I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly.
Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Isaiah, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing?
A trick? Oh, he was using the pulley on the well so that he could fly for the stage show. Is this another big just goose chase? Are we gonna get nothing out of this? Or was he actually an accomplice? I want to know.
Who, me? No, it was Simeon's big thing.
Doesn't line up neatly for the show, but we know there are a few empty seats during the performance.
Huh? Something about this space? The way the seats are arranged? Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered when I was a kid.
You entered a karaoke contest?
I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, and when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of the righteousness on the world's blight.
Tell me you didn't actually sing that.
I sure did.
Well, she did well to take second place, so perhaps Stowe is more apt. Yeah, I was gonna say that. This case is fairly long. Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. Basket was empty in the other recreation.
Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I filled you in earlier.
Oh?
That basket's for holding Azia's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in there had vanished. Poof! I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry.
Disappearing apples. Should make a note of this. The basket was used to move a body, perhaps. I kind of... at first, I thought that's what might have happened with a funny big basket like that, but I wasn't sure. Now as ippy as the lady herself is on stage.
I wonder how they got her in there in the first place.
What do you mean?
Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kinda risky, no?
Not if one turned off the electricity. So whoever turned off the electricity moved the basket of apples because it was blocking the door. And they did that for exactly 3 hours to make sure that the camera misrepresented the time of when that guy got attacked. But why would that mean anything? If he's not the murderer. Entrance blocked by an elephant. I think not. It's a real puzzler, all right. I'm gonna give it some more thought. I'm enjoying the challenge. Leave it to it. Hydrate. Yeah, that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb it if I... Please don't. It's electrified. I mean, please do. It's not at all. I wonder what's on the other side. The warden's office, I believe. Yeah, she likes to keep a close eye on her pets. This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison. Yep, it's about the size of it. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. I have a lot to look at right now. This big moment. And the items around the well. Yeah! It's a trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene. Hold on, I should drink. All my juice is gone, so I'll have to have some water. Some Wawa. Wawa. Ow. Could it have been something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? Got it! Ugh. Taking another look at these items, could they not have been for the use of Mr. Saint's trick? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I could even make it added to the simulation. Good idea. Please go ahead and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that! I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, how does it work? He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from the rope and lowered it down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied to his body. I see. So that's how he used the downward pull of the weight to launch himself into the air. I made sure the weight only dropped where he wanted it to. He used a stake at the top. That's how. Miss Berry didn't know anything about the trick or the contraption that he built. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled up the stake. That's right, and to do that, he used a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick. I have to steal it. This one has to go in the Great Thief's repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. But before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh, right. Then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching it back to the recreation of the performance. And now to add in the data. The thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. Boy, I sure do love circus show. But this 30-pound weight is still there? Did he use the corpse? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Oh, is it gonna make me just put it together? Like, it should have been done automatically, I think.
And dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that? It's genius.
Indeed. I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him, at the very least. A serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Oh yeah, I wonder what. Wait, is 30 pounds a lot? Or is that, like, less than a person? Do.
Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you?
No. You haven't noticed, Detective? Something strange about the weight we found. How heavy it is! How heavy it is, Kermit! Waka waka! Ah, yes, Kermit! I don't know, I can't do a fucking Fozzie Bear. Ah, yes, Kermit, look at how much less weight it has! It would certainly hurt to have that weight pull off you, though. Huh. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh, yeah.
Even if that's true, having a 30-pound weight wouldn't that contraption still help him make a larger jump and maybe, like, pull off the trick? Or is that just not possible?
What's 30 pounds to, why was I gonna say kilometers? To kilos. What's that in kilometers? Am I American? Don't even understand our own metrics. 30 pounds in kilos. 13 kilos, okay. Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, probably wouldn't do much. But, to be fair, Ace Attorney has pulled off some weird shit before, so I wouldn't be that surprised. Sounds like a job for my seven secret weapons, sir.
He used the apples.
He didn't use a body, he used the apples. Insufficient weight with the disappearing fucking apples. Oh. Oh. Well, what about Zia? No. My fishing rod's a good way to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give me the metal detector... Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. I've never seen him so excited. Shouldn't let you know if I need either of them, Detective. I went into my logic pieces? Okay. Uh. Where is he at? That was in the cart until the day before the show. Was gone by the next morning. Find metal. Check the weight. Detective, I have need for one of your secret weapons. Roger that! Here's the fishing rod. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Yeah, jeez. I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. So, before we get started, let me run you through how a metal detector works, sir. It's simple, though. It uses this sound. Oh, sweet, we got another metal detector minigame. Tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it. Oh. Way closer, there's something metallic nearby. Sure, I'm picking up something over here. Well, let's take a little look-see, huh? Oh, I found these little guys in the grass. It's the same as the weight we found by the well. It must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? I count 4 altogether, sir.
Heavy, more than heavy enough to send him flying.
So several of the same weights. It's the one behind the well. Why? Why over here? Yes, nice work, me. Ah!
Alligator!
That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to Allie.
How?
No, sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sure. Sure it's something different. It's coming from the alligator. And she's gone.
We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Huh? Oh, then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately.
That's the name. Allie the warden's favorite pet.
She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her.
Oh, maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir.
Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights?
I highly doubt that an alligator would swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. What did the metal detector actually pick up? Good question. Why would somebody hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again?
Coming right up!
Lay average bear. Weighs less than 200 pounds.
Oh. Is that a sticker on the wood?
What is that?
What is this? What is this little Easter egg? What is that little thing? Who put that there? What is that?
Looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of a bucket, though.
Is it that there's only one? So it was hidden beforehand? Ugh. Oh, we don't even have that. Okay. Do we have anything to deduce here?
The tarp. And the rope. Contraption that used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, and 2 lengths of rope. I guess? Weight in the thing. Because there was only 1 weight during the show that wasn't being used.
Eureka!
If I'm not imagining things, it's missing something. Is it? Alright, let's see. It's got that. It's got the ropes. It's got the pike. Tarp. Oh, wait! Is it missing the other piece of rope? There's only 1 rope. Is that it?
Eureka!
Nope. I'm not imagining things, it's missing something. Tarp, rope, bombs, lamp oil. What is it missing? The other weights? Yeah, we already know that. Pulley. Oh, I'm being fucking stupid. I don't. Just did the wrong evidence? Yeah, well, thanks. How, yeah, is it that obvious? No. I don't get what he's talking about if it's not that. Wait, wait. No, that's there. Steak is there as well. The only thing I can think of is the other rope. And the missing weights, of course. But that's not an option, I don't think. Wow. The trick on the rope? Oh.
Eureka!
Oh! There's a major difference between the two. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing. I knew it! But also, fuck you, because I'm pretty sure the other rope's probably the one that was tied around our culprit. Or culprit, our victim. But I suppose there is no way to truly tell. Until the game says so. The Saint's trick wouldn't work if the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that.
Take that!
This one. It would have been really cool if I could have just deduced that right there and then without having to do that. Wouldn't that have been so epic? And like, oh, I would have felt so smart.
What, you mean?
Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick.
So you're saying?
Yep, but this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else.
What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here.
Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down into the well. In place of the iron weights was... the body! Could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well.
What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight?
Yep, with the rope and the tarp as evidence. Sure is. Yes, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he left the rope around his body... loose, both the rope and Mr. Knight's body fell into the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden.
That no one would realize that they had been replaced by the body.
Precisely. When we can further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this.
The tarpaulin.
Take that!
This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it.
Ooh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. And it's all coming together now. Love it.
But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping prove that Simeon was the killer.
No, not quite.
But what about what Judge Gavel said yesterday?
Ah, but if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit this crime?
That's true.
Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who are not at the show.
Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh?
That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together?
It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished around midnight?
In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that point.
Huh?
But they didn't check on him before roll call? Like what? If he really was switched out the night before, shouldn't they have seen him at roll call? At 7 a.m.? Right? Or does he not count since he wasn't a proper prisoner? Oh, is my roll call thing gone? Yeah, it is. Alright, well, never mind. I guess I'll go fuck myself. Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Yeah, he was just in the detention center, but shouldn't he have been checked on in the morning anyways? Shouldn't that be a normal procedure? Not for race attorney. Which means Canis isn't the killer. Oh. The disappearing apples. They used the basket. Nope, never mind. I'll go die. Oh, oh, ah, oh, 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 ah, oh, oh. Can I really deduce anything else from that? I'm not sure. I could try. The only other thing we could combine. Yeah, that doesn't work. Why is that still examinable? Bubble. Bubble, bubble. Well, I'm kind of running low on points. You can help shed light. So, do you come visit the prison often, Regina? You asking her out or something?
I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. You're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Allie's just the cutest.
Cute. Full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond. You sure about that? Not worrying about you just walk up and then chomp, you know?
Well, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right?
Yeah, totally. Super worried, right, Edgeworth? Yes, super. Don't be into this. Miss Edgeworth, I think I've cracked the case, sir. What if the killer was an invisible man? Go on. Well, the weapon came out of nowhere, and nobody knows how the body was moved. None of that makes sense until you put an invisible man into the picture. Detective, don't tell me you think invisible people really exist. Who knows, sure. It'd be fun to see one, though, huh? What a winning idea. Perhaps we should make you... make your assignment to Mr. Winner permanent from tomorrow. You gotta be kidding me. That kid still believes in Santa Claus. People in glass houses. This pond is home to Wooden the God's beloved alligator.
Look, those bones must be from her her latest meal.
It's not doubt an alligator would pick a carcass clean like that.
You think? I get the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually.
You say so.
Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these things.
Interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. The Great Thief's great secret weapon, color me intrigued, Mazzarino. Not exactly by the book stuff, though, yeah? Using Great Thief doodads in an official investigation. Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax! I said I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you. It'll be very helpful. Alright, well, if I can't find anything here and nothing's connecting, does that mean I have to go through the time portal? Can I finally make my own deduction without the game holding my hand? Maybe? Let's see. Okay. Switch the recreations. Two reps. Yes, I know.
Ba-ba-ba-do. I guess it is in the other one. Why am I missing them? I don't have it though, do I? Not you. I'm pretty sure I've done each one. She ate the apples? I don't know. What? Shut up. What? You're kidding me. Shut. I thought it was. I thought the whole point of that being a suspicion is because she couldn't have eaten them all in one night. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, couldn't you figure that one out without me pointing it out for you? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. There's no way. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Azia.
Really? That's strange.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Regina. Thank you!
I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show.
Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved somewhere within Azia's reach. Okay, sure. Large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind. Which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, okay?
There, all done.
So they were obviously trying to get into here. I wonder if the smell of animals it was being used for an elephant.
To hold Azia's apples, right? Yep, it was full of them the day before the show.
So they vanished overnight.
Did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth?
Quite possibly. Wait, maybe it wasn't. Yes, apparently, yes. Basket was moved the night before the circus performance. We've deduced, though, that the weights were switched out for the body at the same time.
Hard to chalk it up to coincidence, huh?
Then the next question... I know where the murder weapon is. I can't believe I didn't figure it out till now. It just clicked in my head. The alligator ate the knife. They made the alligator eat the knife. Simple as that. Alligator's got the knife in its mouth. Or stomach. Not the ideal meal for an alligator. Yeah, I know. Just now. It seems pretty obvious. I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door. Which can only mean...
Somebody needed to open it.
Yes! Yes, that's what I've been saying this whole time.
Now let's see what... Oh, great, it's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard!
Yes, miss. What can I do for you? Well, that was fast. God, where's the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps a hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Yeah, Laser would have figured that out before they even introduced the alligator. Bro would have deduced that as soon as she said Allie. One my god is the only one with the key. Meaning if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it past her somehow.
Or she opened it herself.
Thanks for the help.
Look at all those breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. And look, there's one for the cameras. So, we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? Why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake, thinking it was the break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Did they turned off the power to something? Did they turned off the power to something? Does that make sense? I know they're trying to say it in the past tense, so it technically should make sense, but that does not flow as a sentence. I think it should still be, did they turn off the power to something? Think of it. Wasn't there something that lost power? Da freaking camera.
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was! Somebody must have flipped the breaker. Seems very likely. You think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. It definitely would. Yeah, especially since it was to his cell. Yeah. Which means the killer would have been someone who had access to the breakers. It seems that only one person has the key. Couldn't be, could it? Alright, little thief, your work here is done. Yeah, it's all but confirmed at this point. All but confirmed. That's definitely the warden. 100%. Especially after that alligator deduction. 110%. Look at that fucking healthy ass doggy. He ain't tubby at all. Oh, look who it is. These clods. First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. No, we were all here much quicker than you guys. We've been here for like 3 hours. Good morning, Mr. Wiener. What? How'd you get here before me? Good morning, Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gamble. This is not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy freedom of the prosecutor relieved of his current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Associate? More like asinine. Let's see about that. Eustace, let's begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll get some officers to help. You're back? What happened? Your parents needed you? Oh, well. Alright. Well, you figured out Mr. Saint's trick. He had a pulley system with ropes and whatnot. And, you know, we deduced that one of the ropes is connected to the body because it was found with him, as well as the tarp. Yep, Eustace is the killer, 100%. Yep, that's true. And then we did a whole bunch of fucking shit that didn't make... who cares? The elephant ate the apples, and then they got into the power room, and they flipped the breakers for the cameras. The murderer did, by the way. Only person who has the key is the warden, Dodoy. And then I made the deduction that the alligator had eaten the murder weapon, the knife. Which we can deduce because we have the bell. So, yeah, it's 100% the warden. Has to be.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary. Why not? We've already finished investigating the yard, and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner! Does he come back in a later game? Because I would love to take him to court and fucking show him what's what. Would love to be a defense attorney in a case against him. Your Honor, I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday, in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I'm sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. Extremely disappointingly, he's only in this game. Oh, damn it! I would have liked to fucking crush him under my thumb. Well, Ace Attorney isn't over, you know? Apparently they're still working on Ace Attorney stuff, and they've basically ported everything but the Professor Layton game, so... I don't know, we could see him again. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat?
Overruled.
You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. Dragotti the prosecutor whenever Ace Attorney 7 comes out. Oh my god, that'd be so good. That'd be so good. You can make him a little more, I don't know, adept, because what? Those games are like 10 years in the future. So he'd be like 27 or something. And he's the first one, so it's just a song. That would be funny if he replaced Mr. Payne. If he was the tutorial prosecutor. He definitely gives that off, that energy. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
Shut the fuck up! The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are no concern of me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting. Spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of Goddess Justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I'm done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. Fine, I'll just switch to being a defense attorney. I'll take over writing court law offices, and there's nothing you can do about it. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you, yesterday. Mr. Casarotto did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could not have only been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show was Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion. And you can prove it, of course. Of course you can! Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of your arrival. That's my line, you son of a bitch. My line is that. You cannot... I'm the one who brings the updated autopsy reports, you son of a... I'll kill you. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death, as stated, it seems to be a wound 4 inches deep. I wouldn't mind giving you a wound that's 4 never mind. Never mind. I bit my ulcer in the middle of that sentence. I was like, oh, you know what? I should back off. There was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. I fear there may be a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove that? Yes, I think I just might. Ba. Wait, I meant to do the other one. Wait, this is nothing new. Baba. No, wait. Booey.
Objection!
Do it. As we both know, the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show was Mr. Saint. Maybe on that one?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to the weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick.
Objection!
Wait! Shouldn't that have sent him flying as soon as he sets foot on stage?
Hold it!
It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With the second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, hereby controlling when the weight was dropped. And we have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of the body, Even you must see how this looks. If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavel theorized, without those extra steps. Miss Berry,
Yes.
does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works?
Well, let's see. We had to get the person's approval on what we were going to perform, so I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows.
And there you have it.
Overruled.
Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I'm doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that what you're doing is wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I'm confronted with. This is the path I've chosen. Whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bear. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it's her will, then we must fight. Then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. Why? How so? Prove it! If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have been the first here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that was Simeon Saint. And thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells?
What? You did not just say that, Kay. But it's impossible! You...
But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he It's entirely plausible he took the cage with him. His absent-mindedness, of course. Well, this is very jaunty, isn't it? Why did that start up? What the fuck? Oh, that's a jaunty little tune. Ah, perfect for discovering the true murderer behind this case. It may be plausible, but is more or less plausible than having him help Mr. Knight to escape. Need some real solid evidence if I'm going to make a bunch. Oh, I'll make her budge with that 4-inch incision, you know what I'm saying? Boop boop bap ba boop ba 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 bap boop boop bap ba boop 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 bap ba boop ba 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 bap boop boop bap ba choo boop boop bap ba boop ba boop bap boop boop bap ba choo. Body was moved from the yard to the workshop. Then Mr. Nye must have been brought here from the yard. Brought here to the yard from his cell. Do we have a way to throw doubt that he's the only one who could have done that?
Hold it!
Well, certain nobody else had the opportunity. Need to remind you that we are in a prison. The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it!
But Mr. Saint was under the same scrutiny, was he not?
Overruled!
The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of the troupe, under the supervision of Miss Barry, he is the only person who was free to wander where he will.
Objection!
It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor.
Overruled!
Forgot is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well. Then recall this fact, if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who had who was free to walk around the prison. But there was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison. A time when it would have been possible for anyone to move around the prison entirely unmonitored. The tampering of the fucking cameras. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. So that's it.
Hold it!
That's our piece in going forward.
Hold it! Overruled! Objection!
So if it's not the power outage,
Overruled!
what shows there was this period of a period on the day of the crime where oversight was limited. Bow, down, bow. Bow, bow, down, bow. Well, if it's not the power outage, then what? And 6 a.m. on the 27th. The autopsy? I mean, maybe? It could actually be this as well, and it was a 3-hour gap. That might prove it.
Take that!
Ah! Shouldn't the fucking actual thing where the power is also work for this? Why did it have to be the camera? Sometimes, Ace Attorney, you make me want to turn into a Ace fucking Hurdy. Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? We'd previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. You mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour time gap? That was no simple camera malfunction. Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this. Breakers. Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one of which used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been open at around the time of the murder.
What?
Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure. So I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
Are you dull? It's the fucking warden, dude.
Objection!
Oh, but what if the person with the key did it, you fucking idiot? No, but one person could have. I beg your pardon? That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that! The break into the electric fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. The real culprit is her. Warden Lagarde.
Oh, look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie-moo?
He's not just a pretty face. Missile has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed. And it's coming from you.
Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume.
And perhaps it is the sweet stench of death.
You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea.
But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling me a killer. And that is precisely what I'm calling you.
Oh, shit. That's badass.
That's so... Oh, hold on. That's so badass, Edgeworth. Go ahead.
What?
The card is the killer?
Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Oh, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched, this is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points. We must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. Knowing about the contraption, maybe?
Take that!
Oh, okay. Is it just the... Even, Oh, even missiles. Is it talking about this? Is it talking about the cake? Fuck it.
Take that!
Oh my god. It's the chocolate cake. Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here's your accuser. The police dog. We had him track down a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're priceless, really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do you put him in his place? It seems Judge Gavel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. I believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth. I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as a coincidence, however. Indeed. This seems to be the conclusion. Perhaps we should hear out what the warden has to say for herself. We should. And when we have, this case will finally be at an end. Finally. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer?
How could I possibly do such a thing?
This is way longer than the second case in the first game. Jesus. Like, the flight case did not take this long. I feel like this is a better case, though, than the flight case. It really has thrown us around in loops and loops. Like, it was kind of obvious it was the guard pretty early, but then it kept throwing more and more evidence that's like,
Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went to the prison. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like, but you won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer.
Give me a break! Missile doesn't lie! Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean.
Dear, I'm afraid you're the ones making things difficult. Just as I said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records.
he wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo and you know it.
I could kiss that one, Mr. Edgeworth. Victim died in a cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him there. How am I supposed to have moved the body, especially when I never went to prison?
Hold it!
Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison? Oh, okay.
Hold it!
The murder took place in his cell. You seem very happy to accept that.
Why shouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. Besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell.
Because if she just throws the fox away, I bet the fox does do something. Maybe the fox gets pissed or something. He starts snarling.
What's the matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway.
Him down in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him there.
Hold it!
Judge Gavel told you everything. Are you close?
Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous?
Jealous of what? Yeah, start the next case and she's the victim. It's a fucking conga line of victims and murderers. And that would be funny.
Is he really right that I share the information in return? Oh, Verity, you do make it sound so awfully dry. I thought we'd have a lovely chat. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do.
Hold it!
So you were in your office the whole time and you didn't notice anything unusual?
No, I can't say that I did.
You didn't notice anything missing?
I must confess I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. If I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It's just gone. Poof, just like that.
That's the knife you fed to your alligator, right? And she still has a job.
Looks like somebody came into my office and took something. It might be years before I noticed. The day of the murder, I was working in the office. Oh, and looking for something I'd misplaced. Even if I had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time.
Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison. What if you took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel that you discovered? Why, until yesterday I had no idea it even existed. No, there's another way in. I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance nor the tunnel. The yard!
Take that!
Through the fence? Warden, you took Knight from his cell, brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence? The extremely high fence, topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it? Yeah. How's she supposed to get through that? The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room. It's very simple. And only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it. Really ridiculous. The power room's on the prison side of the yard. The guard was on the detention center side. How could she have reached the power room? She did it earlier in the day, you fucking idiot! She did it, like, ages ago! She did it preemptively! There's no record of Warden the guard having entered the prison proper. And the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. There must be some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath, big guy. Don't lose your cool. You've lost everything. And last one is you, who tragically kills Gumshoe for killing Kay, who killed Fender, who killed the guard, who killed Knight, who killed Bishop. True. If I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. Hey, you should take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained from banging your head against the same wall, huh? How about you bang your head against that wall, huh? No matter how you look at it, Warden the guard couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, did you not find it?
You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence.
That was a reflexive objection. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I love that he's so pompous, and he's like, yeah, I'm fucking better than Phoenix Wright, and then he does the exact same shit. It's like, fuck, I haven't even thought yet. It was just instinctive. Fuck. I have one more thing to add. If you'll permit me.
Something that explains the warden could have shut off the breaker to the wrong side of the fence?
Yes, because it's not impossible as it seems. They're lovers for a reason. True.
Her position, the time of the murder, or an accomplice? Or an accomplice! Waka waka!
She couldn't have done it alone. But what if she wasn't alone?
Ooh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo.
I believe that Warden the guard had an accomplice.
Overruled.
Enough. You disappoint me, Edgeworth.
What do you mean? Miss Edgeworth has said nothing wrong.
The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm if people go where they're not supposed to. I see that you've realized your error. Yes, and we are, of course, within the prison grounds. Not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing.
Okay, what if it was the dog? I think the dog was in cahoots with her. Well, I mean, do you have any proof that he wasn't? He definitely moved the body on the second half.
Despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Coserato's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so our accomplice must be a human. Well, I mean, Ah, yeah, I guess the dog can't use keys.
Overruled.
Unless, you know, Canis thought of that too. And who did it? Given it cannot be a prisoner or a guard.
Objection!
Don't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. Yeah. Mr. Saw.
Take that!
That makes sense. Mr. Saw was like, oddly, you know, he was weird, and they alluded to it earlier. Mr. Frank, John Frank, saw it. This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Yeah, he saw it. He saw it all right. He saw everything. You know he didn't do that for free. I mean, come on. With the warden? I think Frank got a little more than he bargained for, you know what I'm saying? I think he gave it 4 inches incision. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Frank saw Warden the Guard's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to break his bracelet hidden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden? And wander freely around the prison all the while? That is pretty funky, and I don't mean in a good way. Oh, the fox is licking the sweat. That's cute. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Well then, you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Canis, for example.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Salt himself? I'm confident that he'll confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there are 2 big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop, by having Mr. Sword shut off the corresponding breakers. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun! And, do you still deny it, Warden Lagarde? No, darling, you've got me. I admit it. Oh shit, she's just out with it.
Warden? Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way!
You did it, Mr. Edgeworth! You got her! Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now.
As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But
We didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetie. No, we didn't.
what?
Warden.
Explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear. I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess and you shall be saved. Oh, gosh. All right. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Canis, that awful assassin.
She's still trying to blame Canis. Canis, these nuts!
How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me.
You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution.
Others?
Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them.
Of course he wasn't talking about real dogs.
He was talking about his very human cronies.
Then he said one last thing.
I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't have to set my dogs on you and your precious family.
I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for.
Everything. Wait, is that how you became the fixer?
Yeah, if we can find that pesky mind goblin, it'll be all good. Where'd he get off to, anyways?
Yes, darling, I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him, too. You were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That would allow me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down in a well on the prison side and went back out through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume.
So that's what that sweet smell was.
Yes, it was a signal for Canis's dog. When he picked up on the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them to his master. He had to make sure Rocket wasn't in his cell at the time, of course.
Can't have been easy for him to keep finding out. Oh, keep him from finding out.
Oh, we were all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. That adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis's dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either.
His oversight over everything. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail.
Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. We've shared a great deal, Warden. The Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool. I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day-night's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. There was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard.
So that's the secret behind the Fix's system. Why she was.
I think that's mostly true, except today she did murder him. The proof is the knife and the alligator.
That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over.
Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote.
His letters. And I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess games, too.
No matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, it's... No, you just can't comprehend it. As you've just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth, the words of Warden Lagarde's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion.
I wouldn't be so fast, you freak. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Gave her the insinuation that he was one of her dogs. Her dogs. Oh, and maybe it's because of the chess piece as well. That he carved, the dog chess piece. There's definitely more.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree.
So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has?
Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fix's delivery route. I believe she used the same route to move Knight's body.
Where's your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's in fact that sweet smell on Knight's body. It's the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses to signal us delivery. What do you think of that?
Well, that's because I've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it.
Some of it must have rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Casarato provided. That's true. So Wordsworth seemed to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. And I hereby move to adjourn the session of this court. No! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally! So we're actually done. Shall we break for lunch? Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Hold it! Was that Gumshoe? Who was that? Oh, no, our guy. Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Fender, are you objecting to my adjourning of the session? No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which, I mean a square of chocolatey goodness. Anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make, that's all. A Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Yes, I'd forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here!
Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time.
Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Look, you say, somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Then let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now, amusing, but what is there left to ask? I got a feeling in my funny bone that Phoebs here has something more to tell us about the killer.
Do I?
Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Woman McCon into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of seeing Knight's body, descending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis.
She did? No way!
If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. We'd be out of her hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it by killing a guy. She couldn't have possibly, asked, you know, under worry that her family was going to be killed. No. Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him. I know, right? Maybe we should find out what she thinks first. You know, don't want to get the wrong guy yet. Nice. Now Mr. Wiener has to go along with it, too. Everyone, are you happy to testify further? Of course! How can I refuse this silver-tongued devil?
Eddykins, you have such a way with the words.
Just doing my job, Phoebe.
Besides, one can tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all. Verity, darling, do say you'll let me?
Well, as you wish, court is adjourned.
Can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Me neither. I'm gonna fall over now. Thank you for the timely intervention. It's the least I could do. Case not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simeon's depending on this. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there. We can't foul this one up now. By the way, you guys know that once he goes to court, that's not the end, right? That's still grounds for investigation and finding out who the true killer is. Hell, Phoenix Wright did it like every single fucking case in the first 3 games. I mean, why so much, you know, contest? Like, the truth is usually found. Kind of odd. Which means you're up to the bat, Miles McSmiles. Show him that never rest spirit. I shall.
Fabulous, let's get started.
Let's go! My truth.
I really don't think anyone could have done it, but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly their type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. He and his dog disposed of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes? I did him the most terrible disservice.
Yes, you killed him.
I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would have happened. But that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess.
Gavel's gonna be fucking pissed when she finds out that she's lying right now. Clearly never met Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that?
Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have the faith in the guards, in me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder.
It's a very touching reason indeed, but I don't believe a word of it. Oh! Oh yeah, he's pissed!
Kenneth, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who would do something like that.
Hold it!
Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Kenneth was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them What could have possibly happened between them when they were on the opposite ends of the facility?
Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen.
Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happening in that short of space of time.
You don't know Canis, my dear. He'd find a way, I'm sure of it.
Can I just, like, put up the chessboard here?
Hold it!
Like, they were actually playing a game of chess. You take a disliking to somebody all the way over in the holding cells.
Well, I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them.
Yep.
What did she say? You're awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course.
Why is she looking at me like that?
So noble, so dashing in that marvelous suit. So clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can.
Stay with me, Edgeworth. I think your prosecutor's badge is showing. Isn't prepared for that mental onslaught. They're definitely trying to clue me into the chess game.
Objection!
Would that be the right one, though?
Objection!
Fuck! Shit! 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 Is there any other proof that they did that? It's chessboard?
Objection!
Fuck. Fuck!
Hold it!
I guess we'll keep going.
Well, all I know is that Canis once did for a living. I doubt. We all know what Canis did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think? Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway.
Must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight.
Because I didn't, sweetie. And the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. Expect Kansas to use the chisel that was hidden in the chess set, don't you? Awful, grisly business. Just imagine the man probably didn't even have the time to cry out.
I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear a little bit more about them, if you don't mind.
Oh, Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day.
I'm spoken for.
But don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we can talk about them some more.
Use the chisel that was hidden in the chess set.
Hold it!
And which chess set would that be precisely? You fucked up.
Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic. Oh, so I'm led to believe. But the naughty boy stuck a chisel inside it, can you imagine?
I actually know about the chisel in the chess set. Very few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to a few deductions we made. So how'd you find out?
Hold it!
Just pulled the laundry out of my dryer and there are the remains of one of the envelopes that has my tips from your job. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How much money got fucking melted?
Well, of course I do. I told you that he did what he said to me, and what an absolute menace he was to interrogate. He could slither out of anything, the snake!
Oh, this stuff is a rock.
That infuriating, self-satisfied look on his face. Oh, what I done. God, my blood boils just thinking about it.
I simply don't blame her on that count.
Objection!
Found 2 coins that obviously survived, and a very folded $5 bill that survived. Hooray! $5 plus 2 coins. Yeah, there might have been more, maybe. I mean, you would find the remains of it, right? Especially if, like, the coins had melted or the dollars had, you know, been ripped up or something along those lines. It would have been, like, evidence. You know, evidence is everything, big boss. Don't forget. Evidence is everything in a crime scene. Only trust the evidence. If that's all you found, that's all there was. They're not going to melt from a drying? I don't know. It's the melting temperature for coin. 2. Probably right, though. I don't know. Turning to mush. Oh, that's right. Isn't your guys' money still made out of, like, a paper material? Ours is like a... Our money's not made out of the same stuff your guys' is. Our money's made out of, like, a special kind of shit that doesn't, you know, turn into mush. I know it's not exactly paper you guys use, but our ones are different. It's more like closer to... not plastic, but... It's almost laminated, in a way. I don't know how to explain it. But I think there is a difference. I remember hearing some American was, like, surprised with, like, money from, like, Canada or something, where it was plasticky with, you know, a safer coating, so it doesn't get, like, fucking destroyed. Which doesn't stop our bills from getting destroyed, mind you. It still happens, but probably not as often.
Mr. Edgeworth, please, call me Fifi, or Sweetie Pie, if you prefer.
First old bag, and now this bitch. Is it so hard to tell I'm a gay king? I'm already spoken for. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instant.
Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. Come on, Edgeworth. Don't let her get inside your head.
You said earlier you didn't know much about Knight. In which case, I find it rather strange that you knew about the chisel.
Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. This is certainly irrelevant. And you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it when he arrived.
What? Well, I mean, of course that when Mr. Saint came in, we...
Objection!
You checked him. I find that hard to believe, because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, then why did you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Gavin, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set?
I did not.
If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival.
Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found. Yet the truth.
Precisely. So, Warden Guard.
Hold on, Warden Lagarde. Give me a second.
And answer me truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then you're on me. I submit that you...
All right, darling. There's no need to rub it in. You got me all right. I questioned them. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me. I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this little awful misunderstanding, I promise.
You didn't have to do that again.
Very well, go ahead, and please stop kissing your animals.
Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her.
I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand? I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate.
So it was simply a conversation between a new detainee? That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand.
Objection!
I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement?
I suppose we shall see, won't we? Mr. Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination.
My truth?
Part number 2.
Wasn't anything serious. Make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. That was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. After we talked, I ended up taking back to his cell straight away.
Hold it!
So, am I right in assuming that you talked to Knight the night before the show?
Exactly, darling. It would have been, around 3 a.m. on the 27th.
Yeah, a false square within the window of the time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Would he have been asleep?
Normally, yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you, he was wide awake. We all were.
Regardless, I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour.
Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Anyway, no matter how odd you think it was, I had him brought with me, and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning every last thing I say?
Sorry, thieves. It's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like where you had him brought to?
My office, of course. Where else?
Her office. Which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony?
Tee, anything for you, darling.
Tee-hee indeed! Tee-hee indeed. Tee-hee indeed. Autopsy report!
Objection!
Okay, never mind. Ooh. My controller's out of charge as well.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is.
You've seen the sign on the detention center corridor, I imagine? The one that says no entry? That's it, sweetie. My office is just in there. A short walk from the holding cells.
I understand that you also had access to the yard?
Why, of course. That's where my gorgeous little garden is.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. You're saying that's how I moved the body. You had the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible.
Overruled. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion.
Objection!
No other way the body could have been moved.
Overruled.
Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well?
Yeah, what she said. You're miles off, Edgeworth.
You shouldn't push me farther for now. Alright. Present the... Well, if the autopsy report didn't do it. I guess we could do his body.
Objection!
Dang it. Well, that got appended, so that's gotta be it.
Hold it!
What did you and Knight speak about?
Oh, nothing much. Just small talk, really. I asked him about which animals he liked, what his hobbies were.
His hobbies. I imagine you're talking about chess.
Oh, yes. I couldn't stop him from talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least I think that's what they were about.
See, it's a correspondence chess diagram.
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him?
Oh, he was open and honest, darling.
Well, what? Well, that guy, honest.
He was talking about one croissant and promoting a prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry.
One croissant, promoting a pawn. Seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess.
After we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today.
You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have grudges against Canis. But Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
Who does mean Canis? Wouldn't to God, I must assist. I must assist. I must insist that you append that to your statement.
Ah, finally, you've played your hand.
Objection!
You've played your silly little hand, you stupid fuck.
Judge Cavill, I'd like you to take a look at this.
Notes about a game of chess? What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It was found in Knight's cell. Which is exactly where you saw it, too. Wouldn't to God. But you didn't just see this. game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis's cell, too.
What do you mean?
Objection!
Oh, come now, don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option.
If she wants to find out who his cronies are, right?
Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were.
So what if I did?
You also told us that you read his letters, which means you must have known one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess.
Ah!
And then who should appear but Knight carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men. And it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis's henchman, and sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had to chat with the Frogster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. When you questioned Knight, he made another discovery. For there inside the chess set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing. Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that's why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses, Judge Gavel. Your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of God's justice, who is it this time? Warden?
It's a joke! It's all a big stupid joke! You people just don't get it, do you?
We've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly.
Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well. Thank you very much. I understand that there's a glaring contradiction with your theory, Mr. Edgeworth.
That's a good... I like that. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this, Your Honor. The verdict. I'm curious to hear what the warden has to say. What?
You tall Verity.
I just had one last thing to say. Then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. Oh, you rang? Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report? Of course. You received the finalized version only this morning. That's right. When I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was, you said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. Riddle me this, Edgeworth. How does this tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Forgive me, O goddess, I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your little theory is one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now? Oh, what do we do? It'll be fine, Mr. Edgeworth. Always comes through, right? Looks to me that Mazatron's out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Oh, why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first thing that comes to your mind. Look, Detective, I'm as much of a man as action as the next guy, but without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. We can't give up now. We have to do something. The alligator, Edgeworth. I'm certain that one of the gods the killer. It's the only explanation that fixed the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there in the facility? It's the alligator. It swallowed the real knife. It swallowed the fucking sword. Or you know, whatever. That the old bell was attached to. Why else would it be attached to the fucking chisel that wasn't even Canis's? Seems we still do not have all the answers, nor all the evidence to provide those answers.
Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Ah, come on, G, you're giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence.
Overruled.
Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Nope, not me. Nope. I trialed Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon? Since it's clearly not the chisel. Confound it! This question throws everything we've deduced out the window. 2 hydrates? Come on, Edgeworth, if I came up with it like 2 fucking hours ago, you can come up with it right now. Come on, think about it. We found a bell on the chisel that belonged to the sword that only the police had in custody, or the warden. Come on now, Edgeworth. There was a mysterious metal object in the alligator. No, I don't need you to remind me yet again. Oh, that was only 1 hydrate, sorry. There. The claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to harshest penalties. It's hopeless, I can't think of anything. Need more time. Worth as I am to admit it, Can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Okay. Hey, Miles, your little buddy is quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Greg. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. You're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Just like that other bluffing defense attorney, Judge Gavel. You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You've repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. Gavel, excuse me, what game were you watching? We found so many clues that you failed to find. We continued the investigation that you were ready to give up on. We should have earned your trust fucking 10 years ago. You flimsy son of a gun. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor. And relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have to put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait, you said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say, and the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. Sure! Mr. Edgeworth! Give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it wrong all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled.
Objection!
I object, Your Honor. I think it's a little too soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth? You may proceed. What? I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Hamlet, the fact that he wasn't at the show, these and other factors made Mr. Kenneth the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem almost proud of your blunder.
Hold it!
What if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Kenneth? What if it was all carefully arranged? What if the same were true of the chisel? Such a funny word. Our purported murder weapon. Matt had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with the bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon.
Yeah, we figured that out like 10,000 years ago, Edgeworth. That was like the first thing I said when that was revealed.
Why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel was the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used?
In order to get Canis transferred.
Warden, you took advantage of the chisels, of what the chisel seemed to suggest.
What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling?
Hold it!
Mr. Wiener, if I were to tell you that the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think?
That Mr. Canis is the killer?
And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us.
Oh, Mr. Canis had a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right?
Indeed. That was our plan from the start. I'm not saying his full name. To frame Canis.
Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you should know what I'm about to say. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde's the killer.
I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we know must exist.
If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection!
If we could just find the real murder weapon.
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom.
Eustace is quite correct.
No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it is still inside this prison. This would have made sure of that.
The security gate.
I'm glad you at least remember what it is. And do you remember what it does?
Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal, which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh.
Precisely. If this is another murder weapon, it cannot be taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place.
So we find ourselves right back where we began. What I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish for me to believe there is another murder weapon here in the prison, you will have to explain to me how it got there.
Alright, well, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set. But our contention is that the chisel is not the murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in.
Yes, the question of the hour is, can you show me the alternate route?
The weapon wouldn't have gone to get into prison. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, correct?
Yep, there it is.
Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows us how the bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well.
The police evidence.
Oh, prison roll call's right there. It didn't get taken off. Ugh.
The bell? Oh, yeah.
Take that!
Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence.
Just two?
Two and only two. One for my knife and one for the beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. It's in, the alligator.
So you see, there's a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As a part of the evidence Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police.
What?
Mr. Canis's knife was a part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it.
The bell was attached to the chisel. Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel.
But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it.
Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look like the chisel was... the chisel was the murder weapon. In doing so, she made sure that all evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person whom it was entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence?
That would be you. Isn't that correct, Wooden the God? But bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up.
Objection!
Unluckily for you, this isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique. There are only 2 of them in existence.
What?
By attaching the bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer.
Well, you don't have any proof that the knife was ever here to begin with.
Hold it!
I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Wiener, I'd like for you to do another search of the prison right away.
But if you do find something, that's not gonna make things. That's gonna make things awkward for me.
This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you?
Yeah, but
It's a worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it.
anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. Authorize it.
You know full well that she would do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it.
Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence.
Powers of justice can't bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. No. If we give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. What do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I am never this reckless. No, I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend.
Yeah, bless him. You've missed quite a lot. 5 hours of, a lot of running around in circles.
Only I can save Mr. Saint, and that means... Even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object?
Nah. Let him have it, Edgeworth. Let's go home and have, like, a chocolate, you know, boot up Elden Ring or something, you know, chill out, order some pizza.
Yeah, it's the warden. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels.
Oh, by the way, that little critter that attacked that person, if you remember that piece of evidence, that was actually our beloved Polar. Unfortunately.
Yep. A polar bear did it. Regardless, I can't walk away.
Objection!
Well, I don't think he actually hurt him, because that person there was, his owner or whatever, the guy. So I think, the bear was just, like, jumping on him. To, you know, be friendly. He was just following his guy. He wasn't actually attacking. But it was him in that footage, though.
Wait, Your Honor.
This had better be good, Edgeworth.
I've got it.
Got what exactly?
The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Canis's knife is.
Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do.
I know where it is. It's in the alligator. If I didn't know better, I'd say that you were bluffing.
You wounded me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart.
There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you. Annie, would you be so... Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us where the real murder weapon is? Think, Miles, think. Brain blast! Somewhere not even the police would search. Blind spot in this zoo. A hiding place that the warden could easily, could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place. No. Yeah, up someone's ass. She used the same trick? No, that's ridiculous, isn't it? The more I think about it. Cuts to the backside, her backside. There's just blood everywhere. Don't worry, everyone. I'm just on my period. No knife up my asshole. No, don't worry about it. How many foolproof ways to avoid detection could there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this must be where the real murder weapon is hidden.
Right.
Here. Here, in the yard? Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Ellie, the alligator, has it in her stomach. Oh, so that's what it must have been. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I would like to remind you of a piece of evidence. The chisel? Didn't we just figure out that's not the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that's the real murder weapon was hidden in the same such way? That's right, the murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. What? No way! We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gavel, we need to know what's inside that alligator. Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian.
Oh, I'm sure I can get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try.
That's crazy and fucked up. Well, to be fair, the dog was just holding the chisel in its mouth. Who's this diva?
She's the one who is being targeted by the pedophiles.
Yep. And just you know, Simeon did show a little interest as well. Age 24. Age 17. I don't see why. You're off the hook because you're basically the same age. Please, by all means. Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess! As you wish. And simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. It's just a fucking tin can. Just a soda can in there. Sure, we got it!
Well, this has to be it!
Yep, that's so for Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Canis's knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight.
Not the
criminal here. This is all Canis is doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. Canis's lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiful butcher. Curse him. Oh! Oh, my goodness. Her whole fucking jacket with foxes. Just wearing the... That's gotta be some kind of animal abuse. Maybe the one on her shoulder wasn't, but her whole fucking jacket was. Yeah, but did you call 9 other fucking foxes being her jacket? Did they give her titty bounce as well? I'm gonna need a replay on that one, Chief. No, not really. Kind of just being adjusted, I guess.
The booby physics are later, when we get the clown girl.
I already know she has really good booby physics. All right, guys, don't ask me how I know that.
Twinner. I guess it must have all been... I guess we must have all been under a lot of stress. Twinner. Wait, is his name actually Twinner, or was that a misread? Nope, it is. Twinner's his actual name, okay. Probably looked up naughty things. Do you know who I am? Have you met me? I got Clussy fever, bro. You can't stop me. I'm so excited for that case. You don't understand. I don't even care if she's the fucking villain in that one. I don't know. I just know from the meme. What? Oh, here. Let me shed some light. I don't want to get spoiled, so I'm going to be careful. Let me just save that. Yeah, I got naughty things on my other tab right now. Yeah, exactly right. Whoops. I mean, come on. Come on, guys. I mean, come on. Can you blame me? Can you blame me? I can't wait for that case. I'm so excited for that one. I'm so into her, dude. Please, me anytime. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis's knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. The winner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Like me. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? Shut the fuck up. We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight was really working for Mr. Canis.
And I fucking solved the case. You all tried to stop me, and I figured it completely out. I'm owed an apology, and I want a permanent spot on the board of prosecutors, please.
From would be vital to know if Warden the Guard was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Huh? There's Clueless, and then there's you. Well then, I guess we'd better go back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigation talent in action. Yes, sir, I'm with you. I think I'm with you. It's winning time! It's a shame he's never been brought back. He is wonderful. He is wonderfully the fucking complete dullest, most idiotic character there has ever been. Like, Gumshoe has his moments. This guy does not.
I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Edgeworth, in the eyes of both society and the law.
How can you even say that?
You don't have to believe me, however. As a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obligated to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences.
What does that even mean? What, you're not gonna take his...
I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, after we completely solved that case for you, Gavel? After we solved that case for you and saved that innocent guy, you're still gonna play this game? God, you're such a girl boss. Fuck, I wouldn't even be able to handle you. Get out of here. Get out of my sight. Gumshoe is ready to kill. Oops. Judge Gavel is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But following the law means sacrificing the truth? Can I really do that in good conscience? Yeah, exactly right. Oh, hey!
Simeon, you're out!
Hi, Regina.
Is everything alright? Did they let you out, right?
Yeah, I'm confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go, and that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank.
Also, he was revealed to have a funny little monkey. Hi, Regina? No. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is.
Well, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I did it for the monkey. I did it for Money the Monkey. Oh, no. Stop staring at me like that.
Name any girl on the planet? No, come on, Laser. I'm not a man whore. To your knowledge.
I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now.
Listen, I'm allowed to thirst over fictional characters, okay? That's not a crime. I've never even had a girlfriend. That should be proof enough. Should be proof enough for you, buddy. Bucko. I can't even pull one girl. What makes you think I can pull 1,000? I don't even have the means of being a slut.
Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you, so say thanks already.
You didn't say anything about that? If I'm a man whore, I need some women to whore myself out on, and I don't have that. You don't have the means, but you have the want. Slut in theory, not in practice. Okay. Is it Bully Stimples Day already?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you.
And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me too.
Mr. Saint talking directly to me? Small victories, I suppose.
Can I ask just one question, Mr. Attorney?
Sure. There's actually an attorney there.
I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him, but now... Well, it's just, I never knew. I never believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he?
That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you.
No, he didn't. If he had, he just told me. I couldn't have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps. That he had to let go of all that stuff.
Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. Should show him the thing that proves that Knight trusted him. The chess set with the chisel inside that he smuggled in for him?
Yeah, right?
Take that!
It's the chess set I brought for him.
Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape.
What? You mean he was using me?
Exactly right. No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in this mess.
Oh. Bronco, why did you tell me?
At least you understand right now, Simeon. Sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. Good night's sleep, and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow.
His best friend and only family is dead, and is a murderer. He's gonna be over by tomorrow? Simeon is a cutie patootie. That's not as complimentary as you think it is.
I'll try. I have to. For Bronco, I'll show him I can be the best animal trainer out there.
That's the spirit? No, I don't think he's a killer. Look at him. He's ratatouilleing right now. He's responsible for the murder of at least 10 people.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. Love it if you came, Mr. Edgeworth.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Hey, Blushroom! There's one of the pedophiles! I mean, wow, circus! Woo!
And I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one.
That's right. The Very Big Circus is the biggest, most populous, fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun.
Yep, that's one of them. That's not... Was he the youngest one? I think it was the one where the age gap is not that bad. It's bad, like, currently. But I think it was only 4 years? And then the worst one was the ventriloquist, who is 38. She was 16. Yeah, he's 21 in the case, exactly. Oh, wait, no, so 5 years. Yeah. Because if Regina was 20 and he was 25, nobody would care. But yeah, at this point, it's like, dude, come on. That is 100% grooming. That man is gay. Well, he wanted to marry Regina. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, he wanted to do a planned marriage as well. A forced marriage. Didn't he succeed? I don't think he did. I think it was up in the air. I'll have to think about it.
All right, Simeon, we got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted.
Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No.
Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat.
I can't. Didn't he literally do a stage performance with Regent? Isn't that literally the whole plot of that case? Is that he was there? Please, Regina, anything but that, please. Well, another satisfied customer. Well, that really was something, Smiles. Talking about pulling it out of the bag. Couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for being able to investigate the case in the first place. Stop it. Put me on the back harder, you're gonna make me blush. Or topple over. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how's it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. Be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. It reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was sitting there right beside me. How old is he again? 36? Yeah, okay, that makes, yeah, that'll make sense if he was in his 20s when he was working with his dad. He was like 20 or 19. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time? I don't think we've gotten a full reference to Phoenix Wright yet. Is now gonna be the time? Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth isn't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days.
Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that.
Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question.
No, you weren't.
The hell you were! Well, looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Fender, I'm a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Yeah, again. It's almost as if he was telling me to be straight. Psh, can't change how I feel. Where are my father's footsteps? You know, you wouldn't only be following your father's footsteps. Could I really do such a thing? Oh, they're pulling this back out of the woodworks?
I'm going to be a defense attorney just like my father.
Oh. I don't actually think we've seen something like this. Me. That's true. Edged Teddy? Lushroom, I wouldn't say that in that order. Gives the wrong impression, I think. Turnabout Legacy. Are we gonna play as Edgeworth's father? His father? I think that's the same sprite. Turnabout Forsaken. Well, that looks like K. Yes, he comes back. Yes! Alright. Well, that's gonna be it for today. However, let's watch the starting cutscene, shall we? See what we're gonna get into. Get a little, you know, a little something. A little something. Turnabout Legacy. Oh. Whoa,
What shall we make today, kids?
Samson.
And Judy.
What?
Boom.
Oh, voice acting. Bacon Bop. Whoa. Macaroons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that light in a dream.
Whoa! Oh, she's so pretty. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Over there, the oven's got something special to share. Ping!
Whoa. I like this. It's cooking time. Are you ready to make something special together? I like this show. Okay, which one of them's dead? Who's dead? Talk about blast from the past. Hey, Gregory. I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. I'm finally going to find out what happened 18 years ago.
Oh, that was an old commercial. Something must have happened. Well, that'll be the little teaser for next time. Can you believe they gave one of those little baby cupids a towel? Everybody knows their little penises are always out. Yeah, so we're back with our boy. Alright. Van Fender, it's time to end the stream. Right you are, Edgeworth. Sorry. Why'd I have to point that out? It's true, isn't it? It's beautiful, okay? It's art. I already saved. Okay. Poor little cherubs. They got their wiener cut off. Thank you. New items in the gallery. Alright, well, there you go. That was the second episode. God damn, that was a long one. Big Boss, you wouldn't happen to be able to confirm whether or not this next one's gonna be just as long. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with long cases, as long as they're good. Like, that last one I really enjoyed. I think I enjoyed it probably more than the tutorial one, even. It was very fun. Nice to see some old characters again. It's a long one? Oh, boy. Okay. Well, we'll leave that for tomorrow, then. It is 7:40. It's kind of late. I don't know. I wanted to do a double stream, but it might be a little late for that. I don't know. What do you guys think? The next two are even longer, though? Okay, so it's just gonna be so much. Yippee! Up to me, well. A double stream of Ace Attorney. I don't think I have the throat for that. I wish I did. I mean, much more than when I started streaming. My throat game has definitely improved. But Throat Goat, I don't know if I've earned that title yet. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, anyway, if I do end up streaming again, if you guys are up, you're more than welcome to stop by. If not, I'll see you tomorrow for more Ace Attorney, and whatever else we may plan. So, thank you, Blushroom, Big Boss, and Laser for sticking around and having fun. I don't think anybody else showed up this stream. It's fine, even if you're just watching in the background. We appreciate you. We love you. You know, follow, like, subscribe, kiss, smooch, I don't know, whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. You're your own person. Bye, everybody. Have a wonderful night.